We're live. Painkiller already, episode 309. Our guest was going to be JD 2020, but it was our side. I think we had some technical difficulties. Chiz's internet has been out for 2 days. We can't seem to add him to Skype, and we're just going to roll it informally this time. If we add him midway, then we'll add him midway.
A great loss to us all. We have a few sponsors tonight: Dollar Shave Club, DiffEyewear, Movement Watches, Uber, Casper Mattresses, and of course SeeSo. We're going to talk about more of those. Talk more about those guys later on in the show. There's links down in the description if you want to check them out now.
All right, I have. Let's kick off with a joke. It feels PKN-ish to me.
Oh, I would love a joke. Is this like a dad joke?
You might like this joke.
A hand.
This is risky business. What you're doing. I hope you know what you're doing right now, because usually you give us a few minutes to amp up a little bit, get us up that rickety roller coaster ascension, and then you ruin it with a joke. By starting the show with a bad joke, you could plummet us to a place that we cannot recover from.
The two of you will like this joke. Bill Clinton tried to cheer up Hillary this morning. He reminded her that Nelson Mandela wasn't elected president until after he had served 27 years in prison.
Yeah.
That is a better joke, because if for no other reason there wasn't a little pause afterward where I tried to think of the pun and then couldn't think of it, because that's what's really. I don't mind a bad joke as long as I don't feel like a fool afterward.
Is that what's been wrong all this time? Hey, my beard is coming in legit.
It's strong. How is Jackie feeling about this, though? This cannot be.
Not a fan. Yeah, she's pretty much not kissing me at this point. I every day I'm like, you know what, like. PKN is tomorrow. Why don't we just save it for that? PKA is the next day. Well, I think the beard's going to drop tomorrow morning. That's what I think. But
but you got the whole month to go. I think you should, if you go the whole month, then you could start getting into some of those products, some of those beard softening agents. Maybe that's the thing. If you soften that with some sort of oil or something, maybe she would be down.
That's what you got to do. But you also have to get to like a critical mass of length. Because until you get to like the half-inch length, it's going to be bristly and uncomfortable no matter what. But once you get past that barrier and it will lay down a bit and be softer, that's where you want to be. And so you just tell Jackie to, this is like working out. You're 2 weeks into P90X and she's telling you, ditch it, give up. No, that's not the kind of guy you are. I know Woody. You stick with it. I'm trying to amp you up.
Oh, your efforts to manipulate are amusing. I'll give you that. But the challenge is that it's gray. That's her thing. Like if it was red and brown,
that's
like
what she doesn't
like.
How prejudice of her,
right? Yeah.
How dare she?
Anti-old person, yet she's married to me. But she feels like it makes me look like an old man, and that's what we're working with.
That's totally unfair. That's the place
that's ageist
that looks best on men. It's like you get the little, we've all been to Walgreens. You see the touch of gray guy. He's very attractive. He gets little specks over
Silver
here.
Fox.
You don't have that. You have it more like solid dark here, and then you get a center chin that shows this guy's, he's still full of youth. Don't get me wrong, but he's seen things. This is the kind of guy who's been beaten severely with spoons, in his own home to the point of shitting his pants. A lot of wisdom in those whiskers.
Dude, my graying is a really weird thing. There's hardly any gray hair on my head. There are touches of it, but as I'm looking at it on camera, I'm not seeing much. But on my beard, like it's all focused right here on my chinny chin chin.
What about your chest hair? Or maybe somewhere else. Maybe like that's gonna be interesting. I wonder, how does it move and what's the cause of that?
I don't know. Thus far, all the gray on my entire body is concentrated right here.
It's all right on the chin.
Yeah, I just have like one albino spot on me, and it's my chin.
You should dye it blonde to fuck with her.
Something else.
Like, what do you think? Like Hulk Hogan, huh?
So, like, me and Kyle are both young enough that we could still, like, in 3 years, if one of us started like getting a bad receding hairline, we'd be like, well, shit, that's it. Like, we're going bald. Do you feel, Woody, that you've kind of like that you've passed that potential troubled water, that you're like, all right, I'm this old now and the hairline's okay. Even if I start losing it bad, I can really milk it for a couple more decades.
I'm pretty sure bald's not happening. Like my hair,
it doesn't look like it.
It's thick as fuck. And like if my wife used to cut it, like when we lived in Apex, and if you stepped on it, it would puncture the like your callous heels like a splinter, and people would get like woody hair splinters like a porcupine. Yeah, so it's real thick, and it doesn't. What will happen, I suspect, looking at my father, is that the corners will go up some more. He's like 70, and he's got a hairline like this, but grayer with just a little more. So probably in the next 30 years, I'll lose half an inch or something on the sides. And that's what older me will look like.
That's a great trajectory. Maybe I'll lose half an inch on the side in 30 years when Donald Trump is being taught about in schools and very long.
I saw the other day, it was like Donald Trump's Twitter, like the year 2028. He's like, the Galactic Lord Inu thinks that I will not be named the ceremonial sovereign of the universe. He is wrong. It's like, well, don't count him out. He's right,
forgotten about the working class Kevorkians struggling, ignored by the main space media.
Dude, Trump news now is more flip-floppy than Trump's statements were a month ago, right? It's like, oh my God, his whole cabinet is filled with insiders. It's he like whatever. He's filling the swamp with old swamp water is like the basic thing I'm hearing. Yeah. And then today, every lobbyist in the transition team that I guess Christie brought in there is out. And
in addition to that, like he had Pence. Pence, I guess, is in charge of that transition team now. Mm-hmm. So they called it a purge. They purged all the Christie people. But then in addition to that, anyone who was a lobbyist, they fired off the team. And then, of course, there was all that talk of making his children or giving them top secret access. And at first it was like, well, I guess that kind of makes sense that if he talks to them about anything and everything. But wait a minute, there was this whole thing where they were like, the kids are going to be in New York running the business. You can't do both. You can't have them running a global business and have top secret access in the United States, which is just information about anything and everything they could want. It's not fair. You can't do that. And then he's like, I never wanted that. They just said that about me. They're always lying. What are you going to do? And you're like, well, shit. He says he's not now. Like, he has to tell us if he does.
I don't know if it was ever true, but I'm sure it's not now. So, okay then. Disaster
avoided. Did you see the thing he did with, like, skipping out on the press and going to dinner?
No, what happened?
Yes.
So they made such a big deal out of it that it makes the intelligent viewer, it makes the viewer with any kind of like common intelligence look at them and go, wow, you guys are just kind of jerks, huh?
Can you explain what it was?
Can I
just they made a big deal out of?
Sure, yeah.
So they have already, and look, I'm not a Trump lover, but I do attempt to be fair. And this was unfair. They have branded, nice, Kyle. They have branded Trump's administration the least transparent administration in history, seemingly because he skipped a press event and went to dinner with his family.
Has his administration started yet?
Here's exactly what happened.
Go ahead, correct the record.
The evening was getting late, and Donald Trump sent word to the press corps, which always follow him constantly at this point as the president-elect. Not just him. They're there with him. That's their job. He's like, yes, I'm assigned to the president-elect. Like, there are guys whose jobs are just to sit with him and cover him, anything and everything he does. He sends word down, milk and cookies time, boys and girls. I'm going to sleep up here in Trump Tower. That's a night. So they all, are packing their shit up. Some of them go home for the night. Some of them are still waiting downstairs, but they're not ready to do their job, to hop in the car and go record shit. They're retired for the evening as well. And then he goes downstairs, gets in his car, and takes his family out to a steak restaurant, the 21 Club or something, and just has dinner in the dining room. And the media, one guy catches up and has to snap a photo through the window, and you can see Donald in there going, hey. Changed my mind. I got a little peckish. And of course, and that's a little, to me, it's like, all right, so he snuck out and went to dinner. That's kind of mischievous and funny. That's the sort of thing that I kind of admire. It's like, yeah, he wanted to go get dinner. So he said, fuck them. They don't need to cover what kind of steak I order. I didn't want them following him. But then the press made it sound like, oh my God. Look at him sneaking away in the night to eat red meat and...
What if he's just a well-done steak kind of guy, and he has to keep that on the down low?
Oh, I got his order.
Entire base.
No, this is the level that it's at. I know what he ordered. He ordered he ordered a Virgin Bloody Mary to drink, and he had himself. Yeah, absolutely.
Just
had
have
himself
a
very
V8.
healthy. Pretty much. Yeah.
I like
yeah. He
Yates.
doesn't drink alcohol.
Yeah, I heard that. I didn't know that. I don't mind that at all.
Yeah. I mean,
I think he's against, not against other people using it. Maybe he is, but I know that like it's part of his identity is like being a teetotaler. Like I don't drink, I don't do drugs. Like so I don't.
Yeah,
I don't think he's going to be the pro-pot president that people are looking for. Could be wrong.
I bet he gets fat. I bet he gets fat in office because
maybe so. That's
his
a solid thing.
vice. He's not a cigarette smoker, to my knowledge. He's not a drinker or a drug user, to my knowledge, or anyone else's. That is, as far as I know. So food's got to be that guy's vice. We saw the slow ballooning of the lower half of that man's body throughout the second half of this campaign, and I think we're going to continue to see that grow in record percentages throughout.
You know how presidents, they look incredibly different like 8 years later? Trump is going to come out like a Chris Christie with bad hair.
just so fat, and
maybe so. I could definitely see him gaining quite a bit of weight. He has plumped up a bit, although for someone who cares about his self-image so much, I don't know. You know, this is the guy who loves to make. I remember I was watching a whole montage of his like old shit the other day, and he was going on and on about Rosie O'Donnell. He was like, oh yeah, she's not just a fat slob. She's an ugly fat slob. Like even and he makes it clear. She's like, oh, she could lose the weight, sure, but then she'd be a fat slob. And even if she wasn't an ugly fat slob, well, she just sounds like a truck driver. You got a truck driver's mouth. Like, you know, just like everything.
Even give it all the surgeries that you could absolutely. If I gave all my money to surgeries for Rosie O'Donnell, she would still be ugly on the inside. You know, that's some bullshit that he would say. Man. Well. Oh, it's just, man, I think everybo's still in shock over that whole thing. It's just like, I'm going to wake up one morning and it's going to, reality will
We're going to take it back.
They're going to wake. Yeah, I'm still waiting on like January 20th when they're like, we can't, this isn't happening. No, like, I don't know. That obviously won't happen, but I'm glad it's over. People can start getting along. Remember how happy the internet was before the political part of the year? How everybody just got along and they weren't vicious and awful about other things? I
dislike my most popular Facebook post ever thus far says the following. 1, I just voted. It was election day. 2, I didn't talk about politics once on Facebook. I'm the best kind of Facebook friend. Everyone's liking it. People are sharing it. It's going viral. No one wants to hear your opinions on Facebook. And it's either liberals who are just crazy angry, trying to like find reasons conservatives are bad, or conservatives who spread misinformation like that fucking... They take the blue versus red areas of the country and juxtapose it against a fake crime area. Like if you guys have seen that one. No?
Wouldn't that always work to show like
there's
way
density.
more crimes in the blue area?
Not true.
It's like of course there's more crimes in those areas if you look at a map because there's way more fucking people in all of those areas.
Maps of the same thing. Like the crime map is just another electoral map from like 2 years earlier, and they've rebranded as this is where the crime happens.
I love seeing stuff on the internet where someone, like I assume you, swoops in and is like, aha, bullshit. All on, like, where they'll show like a picture of like a super zoomed in, like just like the cells of zucchini, and it'll say like, you know, this is what the Zika virus actually looks like. It splits, and this nodule right here becomes something that seizes control of your red blood cells and takes over your body and gives your kid's head that little shrunken, Dobby look. And then someone will comment and be like, that's just a really zoomed in picture of a vegetable. And they're like, well, but the point still stands. That
the right does.
Did you see the one that was Lord Voldemort?
With abortion. I was just going to that. Like, here's a picture of an aborted baby, and it looks like a hairless 3-month-old or something. It's terrible. It's literally Lord Voldemort from Harry Potter. Voldemort. I've seen a similar one where someone said something about like, this is the Joker, and it's from Batman, and he's fully dressed up in like military garb, and he has horrible scarring on his cheeks. And they're like, "Oh my God, how could you say it?" No, this is literally the Joker from Batman Returns. Like,
they're showing the scene where he like doesn't have the makeup, but and he's dressed as like honor guard or something with a rifle, and they're making him out like he's a vet.
yeah. It's Anyway,
I think that's a Tumblr post because I've definitely seen that before. Some of those Tumblr screenshots are hilarious.
Dude, Tumblr.
Because people are so quick to get offended that I guarantee people will post up like, you shouldn't be making fun of vets with facial scarring. You don't know what the trauma they go through. Enter. And then they look back at it and they're like, oh, fuck. That's clearly the Joker. I should have thought about it before I got so upset.
Dude, oh my God. Tumblr is the worst part of the left, and Facebook might be the worst part of the right.
I want to ask your opinions on one of Donald Trump's more outrageous things. And it's not outrageous to the to your common sense, but I guess when international law and sovereign countries come into the mix, taking the oil. You know, he always talked about he's like, we spent $2 trillion in Iraq, then we left the oil behind for Iran and ISIS. And that really speaks to our common sense, right? Yeah, we did spend $2 trillion. We lost 7,000 Americans or something like that. Hundreds of thousands of Iraqis died. We rebuilt stuff over and over, just let them blow it up, and then we just abandoned it all that infrastructure. Why didn't we take some of that money? But of course, then international law experts come in, and they're like, "Oh my God, you do that, and then the whole system comes down." And I want to side with someone who knows so much more about it than me. But what is Donald Trump going to say when it comes to something like that? What's going to happen the next time we end up in a little tussle with a country that might have a little oil? Or maybe they've got some diamonds or some coal. He likes coal.
He does love his coal.
He loves coal.
He's a big fan of coal and coal votes. Yeah, you want to side with someone who knows a lot more. Sadly, I'm not your guy. I think I'm just a regular person like you who's like, it would be great to recoup some of that money we gave, because freedom's expensive. But
freedom don't come free.
But
it's exactly like in Always Sunny where they say that all the trash that they burn goes up as smoke into the sky and then creates stars. And Matt goes, that doesn't sound right, but I don't know enough to dispute it. Like, that's what it is. It's that kind of situation where I'm like, there's something fucky going on, but I don't know enough about any part of it to have any insight.
I just feel like, yeah, I'd love to get some of that money back, but it's just taking the violence and kicking the can down the road, right? Like, if we're making money by getting this oil out of their earth, then I assume there's like 100,000 Marines there protecting shit that's going down. And at some point, there will be a problem and there'll be an uprising and it'll be an issue. And we're just kicking that violence down the road. I bet we're doing it now in a much more clever way. Like, oh, yeah, no. We're going to split the profits. And, pay no attention. Yeah, that's Exxon's refinery right there.
We talked about OPEC too, right? And he talks about OPEC, setting the price of I saw the old thing. He's like, every time we lower the interest rate, they raise the price of oil. He's like, that's bullshit. We should be on the phone with OPEC. Like, get that. His quote was, get that goddamn oil price down. That was literally his quote. And I'm wondering, like, is he going to try to put a hand into that? Is he going to be calling up the Saudis?
So, dude, there are a lot of similarities between W and Trump. And on PKN, we had a little dust up. Like, you were like, oh, you say I apply a filter, what Trump says, and take out because I did that when I voted for W. That was me. And then it turned out a lot of the shit he said that I ran through the Woody filter turned out that he meant what he said. And I was like, I will never again vote for someone on the hopes that he means what I want him to mean. W said, this is his quote, he's like, I'll get the price of oil down. And they're like, how can you do that? He's like, I'll call up OPEC and I'll jawbone him. I'll jawbone him and tell him to bring it down. And I'm like, all right, finally, a president who jawbones. This is what I've been waiting for. It turned out oil prices were ridiculous during W's term. And
Katrina was a huge part of that too. God, I remember the price
of Iraq war and the instability in the Middle East in general was a big part of it.
I don't know did you guys have the shortages though, and all the way up in North Carolina? Because when the Katrina thing happened, that cut off like where our oil comes from, seemingly in Georgia. Like there was or gasoline. It's not like we're filling our cars up with oil, but the gasoline just wasn't flowing anymore. I think a pipeline got damaged by the thing. It wasn't just the drilling. The drilling stopped offshore, of course, but it seemed like a pipeline was also damaged. There was like $4.50 gas in Atlanta. It was awful.
I feel like Katrina raised the prices here, and we were all like advised to chill with our gas burning.
Yeah.
But I don't remember the pumps being empty. I will say just recently, like a month and a half ago, maybe 2 months ago, a pipeline burst Did it burst in Georgia? Where did the pipeline?
Alabama or Georgia, somewhere like I remember it was close because it directly affected us. My local station didn't have premium, which is what I put in my car, and so that was as much as I was inconvenienced. You know, what a first world problem.
Wow.
Dude, ours was way worse.
87 octane. I wouldn't drink that piss water.
In
Like
North
absolutely not.
Carolina,
Gotta go
you go
somewhere
from
else.
station to station to station just looking for one with gas, and the lines were like they would go outside the gas station into the road and stuff. Like we were really inconvenienced. It was hard to get through. As a guy who doesn't even drive to fucking work.
Yeah, it was not like that at all here. Gas was like $4 and nowhere ran out. I remember being in the car on like 9/11 or some day when my mom was like stopping to get gas because she was all freaked out or whatever. It might not have been on 9/11. It must have been though, because I was very young, and it was like enormous lines, like the street, like you couldn't turn off of the street into the gas station because there were so many people lined up trying to get gas. But
If you were the president and you sit down and you have that top secret briefing, and I'm sure they brief him on all of the direct threats and indirect threats and all the global challenges that they're facing. No one knows it, but this guy actually has 3 missiles that could reach Israel, and we're keeping a close eye on it in the Persian Gulf with this cruiser and that. He's getting all that, but what would you want to know? What would you, at the end of the briefing, what would you stop and be like, all right, that's great. Good to know where the Pacific Fleet is and everything. It's nice to know that Medicare really was a scam and that it's gonna go bust in 15 or 20 years. But what happened with JFK? Could I get to the bottom of that? Like, did we ever figure that out? Or what about aliens? What was that all about? Have we ever seen any aliens for real?
Roswell is what you'd want to ask about.
No,
first.
Roswell's bullshit.
Aliens in general. I feel like if you just ask about Roswell, then you're limiting yourself. You want to be like, have we actually? I have 2 because I was just thinking about this today. One, is there any alien? Like, have we ever contacted aliens? Is there any truth? Hook me up with the inside info. And 2, did we shoot down that plane over Pennsylvania on 9/11? I'm not a huge conspiracy guy, but that plane was scattered for miles, and planes tend to hit one spot, and there's like structurally they suck because they have to be real light, and they just like a missile into the ground, they just kind of torpedo into
crumple up. Yeah,
it's a hollow shell when you look at that plane. That whole fuselage, it's all aluminum.
747s turned into a crushed car when they hit the ground, and but this thing, there were like papers and shit scattered about, and that's why I think also, like the passengers took control of the cockpit, like that was on audio, like everyone heard it, and then what? The passengers drove it into the ground. Like, I don't know what the scoop is.
It could be that they just didn't know how to, because like if I conquered the cockpit of a plane, I wouldn't be like, time to get this back on track. I'd be like, what now? Who knows what to do? Does anybody know?
I hear you. I don't know. Like, I don't know. I've never flown a
Dr.
plane.
Mantis,
but I totally feel like I could not hit ground. Just pull it up and say, someone talk to me. Yeah. Is there anyone more qualified? I don't know.
I think I'm a pilot.
So I'm convinced that plane in Pennsylvania was shot down. And
that's a serious accusation.
And then there were other things, and again, I'm not confirmed that my sources are good, but people who weren't me were doing the math, saying like, you know what, the intercept from like DC to Pennsylvania for whatever it was, like an F-18, is like 12 minutes, and it was like 16 minutes, and they were shot down. Like, they were there. Like, I don't know. And there were like flight controllers who were interviewed. No, flight controllers are just regular people who mess up, but they said it was shot down. I thought it was shot down, and I wouldn't.
So I'd like to
knock
know
them.
That.
Right. For all I know, when they killed those 300 people, they saved 6,000. Right. Like, we had seen 3 planes already hit World Trade Center, and Pentagon.
Although there's no video of the Pentagon getting hit, right? That's one of those things where there's also a bit of a conspiracy and some bullshit about. And they call it a missile.
No, I watched a long. It's called like Loose Change, I think was the name of the documentary, where it was like all those college kids being like, the government told you that it was a plane that destroyed this building, but what they don't want you to know is that this fuel doesn't burn hot enough to melt the beams, and if this is the hole where the plane entered, where's the plane? And they asked it in the show with like such jubilation. It's like, are you getting off on this? Like thinking about you being smarter than this machine. Like it wasn't like, and unfortunately, we were deceived. It's like, but you fell for it, idiots.
Then, of course, but then, of course, that means that they landed the actual plane that supposedly hit the Pentagon on some dark base somewhere, executed all the people on it, buried them in the fucking desert, and destroyed the plane.
And also, Popular Mechanics had an interview where those guys like had a nice conversation, like a sit down with all those college kids, and just like very even-handedly destroyed them. Like just even they'd be like, well, how do you explain steel doing this and that? And they'd be like, well, I admittedly it doesn't make much sense if you only have a cursory understanding of thermodynamics and steel electron construction management or whatever.
I wish we had a metallurgist.
And then he goes off on something where he's like, and it's deteriorated to about 13%. And then what you notice is the carbons get too hot inside the metal and it breaks down or whatever the explanation was. And I was like, man, that is convincing because there were a lot of science words in there. I trust them.
I saw something convincing. It was a YouTube video, and it was basically, what was it? Like jet fuel doesn't burn steel or melt steel beams. And based on what I know of this, right now I'm not an expert, but jet fuel doesn't melt steel beams. It doesn't get that hot. However, there is a state between great and melted that is also bad. So it weakens, and steel beams start doing this shit, and the
domino effect happens top to bottom. Although we don't see that in other instances of like tall skyscrapers burning for whatever reason. I'm guessing that maybe the height of the building, the winds, something like that, maybe created an effect like a forge. How you got bellows, and because wood and coal doesn't melt steel either, does it? But it does in a forge. When you're blasting air into it, you get the temperatures up to incredibly high degrees. We made one in the backyard once with a hairdryer and some bricks. It melts steel just fine.
That's a good point. I've never heard that point made before.
It's probably not true, and that's why.
No, I choose to believe this.
True. No,
this is all right. Well, then cite me in future instances.
Oh, I will. Now I have a credible source. I've known this guy for years.
I once heard a source on a podcast explain a bellows effect that was created because of the height of the two towers. You see, those buildings were 1,000 feet high.
They call it the Myers conundrum.
This is the best PKA stat thus far. This is the best one ever.
Feel free to cite me in your papers at school, kids. That'll get you a good grade.
I would love to see like a screenshot of someone who turned in a real paper with like red marks on it, and like they just find a way to put in like also like this heating mechanism, also known as the Myers forge, footnote, and then continue there. They'd have to read it and be like, man, Unless they are teaching blacksmithing, the teacher's not going to read it and go, that's bullshit. They'll just read it and go, huh, I guess that's on Wikipedia, whatever. I'm not going to look it up. The Myers Forge, who knew?
Yes, you just knocked some windows out of the World Trade Center and set it on fire. Yeah. You got the Myers Forge.
Yeah, I would like to know about stuff like that. There's a lot of stuff. I'd like to know about some of the dirty shit the FBI has done, because especially under Hoover, they operated like a blackmail machine, right? Utilizing the cutting edge of technology to spy, to infiltrate, not just on embassies, not just on foreign governments, but on private citizens who were suspected as being rabble-rousers, people who might be a leader for the Communist Party, people who might be a leader for blacks or Jews or whatever minority that Edgar Hoover was fearful of. And not just that, he would collect information and blackmail on people that he thought that he could manipulate. He had audio of Bobby Kennedy doing some stuff he shouldn't do. He had supposedly audio of JFK and Marilyn Monroe. He had lots of little buttons that he could push to enforce his will across the country. He was a super powerful guy, and I wonder, does that go on?
I don't know.
You wonder if like Obama's got some shit on Cheney or something that, like, I don't know.
Maybe. I'd like to know what we're doing as far as, I know we assassinate people. I know we assassinate people all the time. Have you ever seen that YouTube video where this former female government employee is talking about this heart attack gun that the CIA created and how it can cause a heart attack by, pointing at someone? And I don't know, I remember if it was a dart or something like that, but it caused cardiac arrest within a certain amount of period, and they just died. And that was back in the 70s. And she's explaining this very matter-of-factly, not in like a, and you'll never believe what else they've got. She's just like, yes, the program started in 1972 under Jake Gyllenhaal, and it continued on through 74 when they completed the project and killed this guy with it. And because I think we killed Hugo Chavez, you know, the guy from Venezuela who was talking all that shit on Bush. He's got a very oil-rich country. All of a sudden, this head of state, who, just like ours, I'm sure, is under constant medical supervision, always getting these checkups so that the people can feel happy that their leader is healthy. We do that all the time. Everyone does. All of a sudden, he gets, like, I don't remember which cancer it was, but he gets cancer and he dies within a year and a half, something like that. And now you look at Venezuela, they've got hyperinflation, I think I heard it called. It's to the point where they weigh their money for purchases there instead of counting it.
That seems right.
That was the guy who, like, at the UN.
My money'd all be wet.
George Bush. George Bush.
Your money's just all your money's wet and covered in sand. You know?
George Bush would be at the UN, or he was at the UN, giving a speech, speaking to everyone. You know, the world really. He gets off stage, and Hugo Chavez gets to go up next, and he gets up there. He goes, "I can smell the sulfur. Satan was just here. Yes, I can smell the sulfur and the brimstone." Yeah.
They said that about Obama. During the last political campaign. Did you guys see
it's
that?
A classic.
Yeah, he literally smelled himself and said, "I don't smell like sulfur," while he was campaigning for Hillary. It sounds crazy when I say it, but it was pretty charismatic when he pulled it off. People
he's dead now.
You know what I would see from any potential? If I became president, I would want, like, I don't remember if this is part, like a snippet of like a conspiracy documentary or just a dream that I had. But I'm sure that there's a book, a physical book somewhere, you know, this is on the cloud, with lots of pictures of previous people in power doing very lascivious and lewd things, so that when they leave office, they can't immediately go, "Aha, now that I'm free, let me tell you all the shit and bring the system down." They go, "No, you know, we got this photo of Obama dressed up like a baby getting his dick sucked by some hooker." And so that could always come out. There's old monochrome daguerreotypes of William Taft, like etched in silver, getting his dick sucked. Like, that kind of stuff. That's what I want to see. Like, just the old stuff. I want to see all of the old, like, Taft, or just like, you know, what they probably did for him is he got stuck in the bath and they said, "You know, no, don't help him out just yet. This is the time." And they set up that thing.
Big old-timey camera in here. Throw that sheet over my head.
Throw that sheet
Another
over my
ball,
head.
quickly! More flash powder!
This is like the Pelican Brief, right? When they got, like, the character to behave by getting him to cheat on his wife. No,
yes, I think it's exactly like the Pelican Brief is what this is.
I believe that. I also
Who do you think did the nastiest shit? I bet that.
Here's what I believe. So have you seen that whole Pizzagate thing on Reddit? That's a little bit. It's too fucking conspiracy theory for me. I refuse to get into it, but something about Soros and a whole ring of people fucking children and people high in government. They seem to have a lot of evidence.
Is it like the Lolita Express thing?
No, it's something else. Seems more demonic in nature.
My mom believes
that whole, like, spirit
every conspiracy theory, provided it's anti-democrat. Like, in the same sentence,
she'll love this.
She has told me that Hillary Clinton is a lesbian who's not interested in men, and in the same sentence said that Vince White was Chelsea's father, and she stepped out of her marriage. And
I believe both. Me and your mother are on the same page with this one.
Really?
She says Vince White.
Now
if she was a lesbian, wouldn't she cheat with women?
No. Yes, she doesn't cheat. I think she probably has some sort of relation. You know, we're just guessing right now because we hate her, or at least I am. Maybe that Uma lady. Maybe Debbie Wasserman Schultz. She's got a very butch look. But sure, I think that she has some. Like, I think that she's probably at least bisexual. She just strikes me that way, like that she would be into women. But I think that she needed a child. They wanted to create a child. And what I was reading through the crazy people was that either Bill was unable or unwilling to give her a child. Like, maybe he's sterile, and that she went to this other guy. And then they show the pictures of that other guy and Chelsea, and they look quite a bit alike, I suppose. But she looks so much like her mother that it's, who knows?
To me, she looks like Bill, the nose.
She does. She's definitely. That's
Maybe
why
so.
I never understood the. She's not. I mean, obviously, this is like turn of the century style, like face recognizing, like not actually genetic, but she looks like
this shit
Bill's
is so crazy.
daughter.
I don't even like to be. I don't
She
even,
looks
now,
like
this
Bill's
is the
daughter.
stuff
She's
where I'm
got
just like,
Bill's.
no, that's bullshit.
She's got Bill's nose to a T. Like if you looked at her, you'd go, "That's a Bill Clinton looking bitch." Like that. She just does. Like
You
I
know
don't
what's
think
a
that. Yeah.
Bill Clinton, not today, but I feel like Bill Clinton in his prime was a decent looking dude, like better than average looking.
Sure.
And
Yeah.
Hillary Clinton, I think, was a better than average looking woman in her
She was.
prime.
Yeah,
and
very,
they have
very attractive.
combined to create a child who is clearly the worst attributes of all of them.
Not even close.
Yeah, their
Yeah.
kid is not nearly as good looking as either parent.
And Bill Clinton
Correct,
looks like Bill Clinton got on the president age, treadmill where it accelerates aging, and then he never got off. He looks like he's been president for 30 years. Like you
he had
remember?
those heart troubles.
Do you
He
remember
lost all
that
weight.
X-Man that would like be giving you a hand job or making out with you, and then you started like withering up and dying, and
I
so she had
don't
to let go
remember
of your
that
dick?
X-Man at all. Is
Well,
that
there
real?
was one of those.
Great.
Whatever her name is, he looks like
The
she
hottest.
is 60% of the way sucking his life force out, and then then she
Succubus.
removed his hand and then let him go, and now he's just kind of a shell of his former self. It's really just his eyes. There's something like so sunken and sallow
I think
about
he
his
looks good.
eyes. He looks
I
so
think he
much
looks
older.
good for what he's done and what he's been through. The presidency, being
30
married to
years of
her
Hillary.
being married to her, and then on top of it, of course, he had all those heart troubles. He had that issue with his weight for a while. He was a pudgy guy. That couldn't have been. That took a toll, I'm sure, that otherwise wouldn't have been there. And he had a couple of heart surgeries, maybe a heart attack. I don't recall exactly. I get him a bit confused with Cheney. They both had bad tickers. But he wasn't healthy for a long time, and now I don't know if he's vegan or vegetarian, but he seems to be on a real health kick, and he's still alive. He gets around. His voice is weak. The main thing was that he wasn't used at all, if you notice, this last election, or certainly not utilized the way you would expect a former president, as beloved, at least I thought he was, as he is. It seemed like they were afraid to put him out there because of his past and because that they wanted to magnify Trump's issues with females. It really didn't fit that to have Bill out there.
Maybe that's it. Maybe because Trump was quick to attack Bill. Maybe they
Viciously.
thought putting Bill out there wouldn't help them.
Yeah, it was
Especially
Bannon's
when they
idea.
they had Obama and Michelle out there doing super well for her. And I thought there was a third one too. I can't recall anymore.
Jay-Z and Beyonce were there in Chicago, and LeBron James,
I hear, yeah, but there was I can't think of who the other one. I thought they had a third one who was doing a really
Like
good
another
job.
politician or another
Yeah.
celebrity.
Another politician. I don't know who it was. Maybe I'm just wrong. But yeah, maybe they just felt like a fourth one doesn't really help much.
They had
Is
lots
anybody
of-
is anybody moving to Canada? Like has anything I
Yeah.
figured there'd be at least one person who was like, you know what, fuck it, I'm gonna be the person who sticks
Yeah.
by my guns.
Yeah, I think
I'm sure
George
one of them did.
George Lopez is sticking by his thing of leaving the U.S. Or at least I read that today that he was. And also Snoop Dogg, he seemed pretty serious about going to Canada. So we'll see. Who cares, right? Who fucking cares? Like that's no skin up.
Doesn't matter,
And it's
just-
so how presumptuous of them, right? To be like, you better watch out, voting electorate. You'll get no more Snoop Dogg music. Like, oh, you're gonna retire? No, I'm just going up to Canada and smoke up there. Well, fuck off. Go smoke up there. Like, I'll
Make
still-
America great again. Good luck without Snoop Doggy Dog.
How
Yeah,
many
right.
how many states added legal marijuana? It was like 8 states
7?
that had some. Really?
The whole West Coast is legal now, I think. You got Cali, Oregon, and Washington State. Nevada as well, I think. I saw it green on a map today, but I hadn't heard or read it, so I'm just going to call Nevada rec too. Florida got medical, and I think it's legit medical, not like, yes, if you're on the edge of being dead, we'll give you some oil. But, of course, there's no way to get that oil or grow it or bring it into the state. If you magic up some oil, you can have it. Some states do that. And then Massachusetts legalized rec.
What's legit medical? Is that like what California had, where it's like totally not?
That
legit
was not
medical?
legit.
I
All
don't
right,
know
so,
what.
so
Yeah.
I guess it's my opinion, but so what California had before was like Dr. Dude could surf on in and write you a prescription.
Yeah.
Because, like,
I love that system.
Dr. Dude.
Yeah.
Perfect.
yeah, bro, Hank 10, you want a script? Have a nice day. Like he puts it
Yeah, I
on
have
a
a lot of trouble
surfboard and
sleeping
writes
too,
it out.
man.
I
The
know someone
script has surf
who
wax
did
on
it, And he said it was like a ticket booth environment. He was working on his speech in his head, like, yeah, right, I get anxious sometimes. I just can't control it and my back hurts. And he was like ready to tell his story. And he gets there, and the doctor, like behind a glass, I think I have all the details right, is like, oh, you need a script? Hands it to him. He didn't even get a chance to explain why he thought marijuana would benefit him. It was just... Oh yeah, I sign here for $75
to do that. Like I would be in line and be like give him the thing, and then he signs it and gives it back. Like I would almost feel like, well, but just doctor, just to let you know, like I do have trouble sleeping. And he'd be like, yeah, get out of here. And he'd be like, well, I wasn't just here because I want to get high.
Yeah, me too, man. It's tough. Rough election, am I right?
Yeah, rough election. I'm just trying to smooth out these vibes. Have you heard about all the?
Wait, I interrupted Kyle on the legit
Yeah, let's
thing.
keep going with the rec marijuana thing. All right, so that's not what I would call legit. Like if we're talking about medical, like there are people who need it. It is medicine for some. That's not exactly legit. That's too liberal if you're only looking at it from a medical standpoint. It just depends how you feel about rec, if that's legit or not. But no, I don't think that's too much if you're just going for rec. But some of the states will do this thing where it's just impossible to get. They're like, yeah, you can use it if you're dying of this kind of leukemia or this cancer or AIDS. But then there's no system, no legal way to obtain it through either import or cultivation. But then there's some states that have kind of a middle of the road thing where like, yeah, if you have one of these issues, if it's glaucoma, if it's AIDS, if it's one of these painful stomach cancers, whatever, you certainly can get it. And then some states leave it there, and then some states it branches on down. Oh, you got back pain, PTSD, stress, got a sore throat?
Receding hairline?
Yeah, sure.
Get yourself some pot.
Anything you want.
Keeping me up at night, losing all my hair.
Doc, I need
just
pot.
need to get a little high and
my beard's
turning
turning gray. Give me some smokes.
Well, first the first flying machine that I bought was nothing but subpar, so I had to go and get a second one, and this caused me a huge amount of stress. I haven't been able to mow my lawn,
So I want to do a Paramotor update sometime tonight.
Yeah, I want to hear about it too. You never got to it the other day. So Massachusetts, I think, legalized recreational marijuana. I'm pretty sure that happened. Maybe I think they did. Yeah. So a lot of states
finally tipping a little more. Like I think we're going to see that avalanche in the next 5 years, hopefully. Right? Like, what's the soonest it could be on a ballot for a state like ours? 2020.
I think Trump is much more likely to. I don't think he's going to mess with it, but I don't think he's going to be like, oh, this is no good. We got to come down federally on these states. I don't think that's going to happen. I know Hillary, through the WikiLeaks stuff, there were lots of reports of, snippets of her speeches to donors of saying that she was very against it. So he can't be any worse than her on the medical marijuana thing. I think that she takes a lot of money from pharmaceutical companies, and I think the people who make opiates are probably not a big fan of medical marijuana.
Yeah,
the research I did said that Hillary was more pro-pot than Trump. That's what I saw. Because I looked into it. Having said that, neither of them were really that against it. Trump was like, I'm against it. I don't want any part of it. It's a bad thing. And then they started saying, like, well, you're going to do this, you're going to do that. He said something, I'm paraphrasing, but it was something close to, look, we have a lot of priorities. So it sounded like he was going to Obama this thing. Like, not make it legal, but just look the other way while the states do their thing. That was my reading in between the lines on Trump's thing.
It doesn't seem like anybody comes out against weed anymore. Like, you'd have to be like a crazy, like, far right Christian conservative or someone on the left, I guess, who, well, they wouldn't do it for religious reasons. They would do it if they were, like, bought by pharma, same as the right.
Hillary was
there's just, like, nobody out there in the in the population, people like us, nobody's that against it anymore. Like, it's just kind of whatever. Like, who
Hillary
gives a
was
shit?
like, I think the states are forming a petri dish, I forget, some sort of testing ground to see how this works on a broader level. She was particularly interested in making medical marijuana legal, not necessarily recreational. And Trump was just against it, but I felt like he almost, like, if I put the Woody filter on this, he was against it because he's trying to win an election. And we'll see what happens afterwards.
I think it'll help. Or I'm interested to see if it does help with because there's a huge problem of opiate addiction with those painkillers and all those pills and people people using that and then eventually not being able to afford that and transitioning to heroin for that same effect and then dying from like that fentanyl or whatever. Maybe it's actually not a huge thing, but it was on the news and they don't hype that up for no reason, obviously.
Oh, no. I'm sure Dare was covering it.
I bet weed would really cut down on stuff like that because suddenly people be able to just take a few hits or eat some of the oil or whatever you do with the medical stuff and not need a horrible pill that makes you addicted and you can OD on or die if you take too many. Like, there's just it's fucking annoying because there's no reason not to have legal weed. I've never seen anybody get so high that they were a danger to anyone but themselves. Like, sure, maybe someone falls down the stairs pretty hard, but 15 minutes later they're fine usually. Like, but
they'll wake up.
Little rug burn.
They'll wake up. Whatever. I mean, just burn another one down and wait, man. Like, it'll be fine. Like, yeah. It's just so ridiculous. That's an issue that, just like gay marriage, even more so than gay marriage, because there are still people who are against gay marriage now. But even those people, I don't feel like care about weed. Even like my grandparents, who are religious, more hardcore conservative, don't care about weed. Like I doubt they've ever even smelled it in real life because it's just not around them where they grew up in southern Missouri in the 50s.
Yeah, that whole like devil's cabbage sort of mindset, that group of people seems to have disappeared. You know, I hope it'll be legal everywhere soon. Yeah, they're dying. And if they're falling to medical marijuana, they're like, oh, I used to hate it, but God, I need it so bad for this glaucoma. Well, glaucoma's in your eyes, but he's holding the glaucoma and my chest. They both hurt. Oh, I can't even see the bottles. But I think it's gonna be legal everywhere pretty soon because there's too many states and there's too much infrastructure. There's too much money that's flowing now. They're making too much money, and there aren't any negatives. There was all those people who were like, "Oh, this is going to happen. That's going to happen. Children are going to be using it. People are going to be driving and using it. There's going to be, a black market formed, and none of those things have really happened."
I heard that this is the first year that weed or taxes, like the sin tax placed on weed and tobacco and alcohol, that it was more for weed than it was for alcohol in Colorado this year. So they made more money from those taxes to do with weed, which isn't surprising because people in all this bordering states are driving over there and dropping their money. They're not driving to Colorado for their craft beer. They'll just buy that fucking Bud Light at their local Wyoming store. But
the legal weed culture is interesting right now because they're all like they're comparing legal weed and it kind of sucks. I'll explain why to illegal weed. Because it sucks even more. They're like, oh, tax the fuck out of me. Because they prefer that to prison. The guys who sell it are carding hardcore. 45-year-old men are getting rejected for not having ID that proves they're 21. and they're more than happy to operate under those conditions because it's way better than illegal. Fast forward 10 years. They're going to be like, lower weed taxes. Jesus, this is ridiculous. Maybe. We'll see. They
will, yeah. I'm sure that I would have to go back and read a book or look at facts. I'm certainly not going to do that.
That's not how we do
but things. I'm sure that they had, absolutely not. I'm sure they put a lot of taxes on booze right after Prohibition ended, right? Like maybe that was like the stepping stone back in where they're like, well, you can have booze. That was during your drinking days, if I recall correctly, right? That's what turned you off to it. All that, bathroom still wine you were drinking in the 30s.
The prices are competitive though, right? Like
are they?
They have to be.
I mean, if you
weed should be cheap.
If they weren't, then the black market would form.
Okay, good point. I guess I would just like my friend. This is a long time ago as a lifeguard, and he held some sort of like pre-processed cake in his hand. Call it a Hostess, and he's like, "This is 49 cents." 49 cents. And he's like thinking about what it takes to make a cupcake with the frosting and the decorative white frosting and the swirls and the chocolate and like all the ingredients that came from around the world and it was cooked and it was this and that. And he's like, this is 49 cents for 2 cupcakes. Yet it's like $15 for weed. It grows anywhere. You can grow it in Jersey, Mexico, take anywhere. He's like, it's hardly processed. You just grow it and dry it and mail it, and yet it was something like 30 times more expensive. Weed could be super cheap. It's just not an expensive thing to produce. It should be cheaper than most of the stuff on your plate.
Like if you think about it logically, and maybe I'm missing a step, but it seems like the more states that legalize it, the more likely it will be that some big, multinational company gets, not Marlboro, maybe a new one, that they take the lead there and they're good at it. And then just like any other business, hopefully competition swings in and goes, hey, we can give you just as good a weed for cheaper. And then that big company will have to undercut them again. And it just seems like it'll naturally be cheaper once it's unregulated. Like if booze were illegal, buying a fifth of vodka would be like $50. I talked to someone about this who lives in Saudi Arabia, and I was asking him people don't drink there, and he's like, no, people totally drink. You just have to hope that the religious police don't catch you, because they have regular state police and they have religious police there. And he said if you want a bottle of Johnny Walker Blue or Johnny Walker Black or Johnny Walker Red, something that you could get here for $30-$40, it's $200 plus there, just because it's a black market. Once you get anything out of the black market, it becomes cheaper, right?
Did you hear in Saudi Arabia, there's a British woman who got gang raped, and she went to the police, and they convicted her of adultery and let all the gang rapers go. This was real recent, this week.
Yeah, I read that.
Ridiculous.
I'll be right back.
Oh my god! And I don't know, something about whoa. Your horse shittery is one thing when you do it to Saudi Arabian women, but a British woman, she didn't sign up for that horse shit.
Yeah. Well, not saying that all those women in Saudi Arabia signed up for that horse shit either.
I'll admit they might be real people, but but God, I don't think this is a thing I want to take liberals to task on. When it was what the hell was it called in South America? When they didn't make black people and white people equal. Apartheid. Liberals couldn't sleep at night knowing that apartheid existed on this planet, right? When it was a black-white thing, oh my gosh, this is just clearly an evil country. If I so much as heard that somebody was from South Africa, I would just know in my head, intrinsically and by default, that there were black people there and evil people there. It was like Nazis and black people living in the same area, and America was constantly leaning on them, twisting the screws economically, etc., to make them give up their apartheid. But in Saudi Arabia, they have a system that really seems no better, but it's not black and white, it's men and women. And, I don't know, the gas is cheap.
There's just no, it's just indefensible. Being raped, gang raped, and then going to the police and saying, hey, I was just gang raped, and then them going, well, I don't know, where are they? Where are these supposed rapists? And they're like, well, they fucking followed me here. That's how confident they are that nothing's going to happen. And then they all go, no, we didn't rape her. And she goes, yes, you did. And they go, well, now it's starting to look like you're on the back foot. That's an actual, when you hear about rape culture, that's an actual culture of, that's actual rape culture. Yeah. That's an actual culture where people are punished for being raped, where it's seen as, you get raped. Well, they wouldn't have done that if you hadn't done something to encourage it. You need to make sure that you're on, everybody should be responsible. You should, be on the lookout for your own safety, obviously. But if you're fucking raped or assaulted or something, you can't blame that person for it and be like, oh, well, fuck you. You're actually going to get punished. That's illegal to get raped.
It irritates me when they say America has a rape culture, because it doesn't, right? If you hear that someone is a rapist in America, you do not think fist bump, bro. No, that guy.
I'd rather be accused of murder than rape.
Right? And if you're convicted of rape and you spend your 25 years in prison, or even something lesser, if you're convicted of urinating in public, then you might have to notify your neighbors for the rest of your existence on Earth that you're a sexual predator, and that follows you forever. This is not a rape culture. This is a culture that very much looks down on rapists. When a rapist goes to prison, they get raped. People treat rapists extra bad in prison. We're not a culture that's good to rapists. Saudi Arabia, though, appears that they actually are. There's a I don't want to call it pro-rape culture, but that's what rape culture is. Now, I was talking to someone recently about America's not a rape culture, and I laid it out in the same way, and they're like, no, a victim should never be questioned. Oh, fuck off. Can't question a victim. There are people who falsely claim rape. We got to look into it. We can't just by default believe everything that people say. And that doesn't make this a rape culture. Saudi Arabia has a real rape culture. Fuck.
Yeah, India too, to some extent.
It's not. Yeah, India as well. I don't know about what like the way I think about it, maybe this isn't the correct way as far as when people use the term rape culture, but I think of it as like it's a rape culture if there's actual like norms and legislature that facilitates rape and allows it to happen easier. So like if there were a law that was like, hey, it's not rape if it's under 3 minutes or something, like that would be a rape culture because it's facilitating rape that would happen. Just like if you're in Saudi Arabia and there's a law that's like, well, if you do get raped, just remember you could also be in, if you come forward, maybe they get punished, maybe they don't, maybe you get punished for having premarital sex. You know, we have to roll the dice like that. Obviously women who get raped aren't going to come forward that often because they're going to be like, fuck this, like I just got raped, I'm not going to add another punishment onto this. Like that's an actual rape culture.
Yeah, that's a scary place. We do a lot of business with them. I wonder if that will stay the same.
Yeah, it really is interesting what you're saying, like comparing it to apartheid. Like I was too young for that to remember it in the way you do, but it does, like, I kind of looking at it now, it seems like an apt comparison. Like there's a horrific, like structured, actual institutional oppression. Oppression upheld by institutions, set in power by the elite there.
And the rape thing is terrible. It extends far beyond that. Like it extends into careers. Like they're financially oppressed. They can't drive. Like how can a woman exist without a man in Saudi Arabia when
she can't? It's made that way.
She needs to be escorted when she's in public. She can't drive by herself. She can't get a job. You know, if a woman has the wrong husband, like say a husband who beats her, rapes her, whatever, just mistreats her in whatever way makes her not want to be married to him, she's trapped. There's no way out. Like,
imagine how horrible that would be if your wife or girlfriend couldn't leave unaccompanied, so you had to go just like stand around Sephora every time they wanted to go shopping. Oh, that would be horrible. You'd have to go to every mall trip every time they go to the grocery store. I need to go get more fake eyelashes before we go out tonight. Will you escort me to the mall, master? Oh, Jesus. Like, you know, nobody's going to see your eyes anyway, or I guess, no, that's all they will see. So yeah, we should go out and get that.
My daughter had a doctor's appointment today, so my wife picked her up and took her. My God, if I had to go to that shit, there's nothing I like less than the fucking waiting room of a doctor's appointment. They're not on time. You know, it's just get your shit together, Doctors of America. You always make people wait.
And you weren't even waiting to be fixed. You were just wasting time.
Yeah. Oh God. So I didn't.
Thanks,
know.
Obama.
My wife handled it. Yeah. Thanks, Obama.
Are
we gonna start thanking Trump for shit yet? Like next
year?
Only
when the things come
to take office. Yeah.
When we all get our, each of us get our 50 acres of Saudi Arabian land.
50 acres and a
camel.
Yeah. Let me tell everyone a little bit about Dollar Shave Club. Seems like a good time.
Seems like a great time.
Guys, Dollar Shave Club just keeps getting better. 4 years ago, they started delivering their amazing affordable razors. Now they have over 3 million members who no longer overpay for a quality morning shave. I'll never use anything else again, and now new members can get their first month for free. But Dollar Shave Club is about so much more than just razors. Dollar Shave Club has a mission. They want you to look, smell, and feel your best, and they've been investing millions of dollars into research and development, developing their own original grooming formulas for your face, hair, and body. This stuff is amazing. Pre and post shave formulas, skin protection formulas, killer hairstyling products, and literally the most amazing soap and body wash I've ever used. The store experience is awful. All the stuff looks the same. There's too many options, and no one's there to help you find the products that are right for you. I mean, seriously, do you have any idea why you pick the shampoo or body wash you do? I just get all the grooming stuff shipped from Dollar Shave Club. Give it a try. Once you get in there, you'll see the products work amazingly, the service is world-class, and there's no commitment. No hidden fees. You cancel whenever you want. Get your first month for free at dollarshaveclub.com/PKA. Just pay for your shipping. After that, it's only a few bucks. That's dollarshaveclub.com/PKA.
Yeah, we are legit Dollar Shave Club customers. I didn't use the PKA coupon code, and I feel like an ass because I paid more than I had to. But yeah, my wife, she cut her thigh. She's like a legit cut on her thigh from a stupid razor, and I was like, she'd been nagging me about getting back on Dollar Shave Club, and we had tried a couple competitors and just weren't happy, and now she's happy. Now she's like, yeah, everything, it's a non-event. I expect monthly praise every time it comes in, but that's not how it's been working out. But
yeah, I like them a lot. All their stuff is good. Check them out.
You want to do a double?
Yeah. Let me tell everyone a bit about DiffEyewear. DiffEyewear offers stylish, handmade sunglasses constructed with high-end materials. They're as good or better than designer sunglasses without the $200 or $300 price tag. Instead, DiffEye glasses start at just $50 per pair. And the best part, for every pair of sunglasses you buy, DiffEyewear will give a pair of reading glasses to someone in need. You can get one in every color if you like, and still pay less than those designer brands. It just makes sense. So do good, buy smarter, be diff. Go to diffeyewear.com/PKA right now to get 15% off your purchase. That's diffeyewear.com/PKA for 15% off.
Cool.
Yeah.
Oh, Taylor's back.
Yeah. Tell us about the new Paramotor.
I'm cautious about talking about it. In my head, every time I talk about it, I like juxtapose it against the last Paramotor. You know how when I own something, I get like so attached to it. Every time a tool turns a screwdriver, a screwdriver turns a screw, I'm like, yeah, I remember the screw of 2015. That fucker was loose and it still holds. I love this screwdriver. My last Paramotor, I was never able to do that. Like, it kept making these emotional bank account withdrawals, you know, whether it was dropping me out of the sky with the fuel tank or ending my weekend because the pull starter broke or something else. And the new one, I'm very excited about it. It's working. I flew for an hour on, what's today, Wednesday? So it'd be Monday. I flew for an hour, just buzzing around the house, looking like it's neat. I like paramotoring a lot. I'm up there. There's like forest fires right now in North Carolina.
Yeah.
Apparently, we're the number 2 like national priority forest fire. Number 1 in Georgia, and I
We went again.
You did. On ground, there was nothing. Like, it just seemed like clear skies. And I get up there, and it's hazy, and I can smell, like, the burning wood. I'm flying in some layer of forest fire, which is neat to me. I launched from my yard. There's a golf course. I didn't even know, really, but, like, a couple miles from my house. And, like, I get all this altitude, because when you have altitude, you can choose your landing space. You can glide farther. But then I go down, and I fuck with the golfers for a while and just, like, fly around. And then I go back up, and I saw this John Deere plowing his field. I'm like, oh, let's go down and see him. You know, in my head, they're like, think it's neat to see me, but maybe not. And I don't know. I flew.
Damn kids!
And they're flying lawnmowers, fan backs. But
Shoot him down!
We were talking about those aliens that crash landed, or that might have crash landed, and you had asked the president. I was just thinking about that. If it was an alien that was like a probe investigating about our species, there would have been a follow-up. We would have had more. It would have been like the scout fell down to Earth, the jig's up, we're sending in the battalion to either destroy them or farm their resources or have their women or whatever they wanted to do. Mm-hmm. But that didn't happen, obviously. And so what had to have happened is this guy was like the equivalent of their race's like celestial paramotorists who was out too far in another world, another quadrant, and then he came down, and that's why nobody came to save him. They just saw him as, that's fucking space Ted. That's so Ted for him to go do that and die on Earth. All right, well, we just hope they won't learn too much from his little paramotor gear, which they will probably think is super high tech.
The new
I don't know. I thought about that.
Is so light. It's like cheating. It's not just taking off and landing, because I had really gotten my technique down to do that well with the heavy machine. It's the moving it around. When I want to put it in my truck, when I want to put it in the golf cart, when I want to walk around, if I need to like fix the wing. I remember like someone, this is a couple months ago, he was like giving me advice or tips or like getting me ready to launch. And I'm like, cut it, dude. I'm standing here, but I am exercising right now. My legs are burning out. Like, when this thing's on my back, the talking time is over. I'm going to go move aside. The new one, I like fucking, I don't know, kill time. Talk to people. It's no big deal. When the last one was breaking, somebody wrote me, I forget it was Reddit or a YouTube comment or something, and they're like, Woody, I feel sorry for you. You know, your thing's so bad. And I'm like, wow, that hurt so much more than like LOL. You know, he's like, I've been flying for 3 years. I don't have any of these problems. I feel sorry for you. And I'm like defending my abuser. And now that appears to be past. It just starts. It electric starts. I press a button and it fires up. It's
good.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was thinking all along. I was like, I guess maybe an electric start is heavy, but then there's a whole spool cool for the pull start.
It does add an extra pound or two, but in the scheme of things,
yeah, sure. You can restart midair, right?
Yeah,
if you needed to.
I haven't done that yet because I'm nervous about everything. But
get up there and turn her off.
Something about E-start makes me more comfortable because when it's pull start, I don't know, I'm flopping around and doing shit. When it's E-start, I feel like I could just tap that button. It starts you just tap it and it fires to life when it's warm. And so I'm going to do that. I'm going to go over an LZ that I really like at landing zone and then turn it off and just enjoy the quiet glide.
If you're standing on the ground and you turn the fan up all the way, is it difficult to stand where you are? Does it force you into running, or can you just kind of stand there and it's fine?
I couldn't at first. With practice, I'm a little better at leaning forward and managing it. But I bet if I strapped it on your back, you would struggle to stand still until you got a little technique. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What if instead of aliens, that the dinosaurs, or at least some dinosaurs, ended up underground after the asteroid hit, and they've been living down there, evolving much longer than us because, we got put back to little mammals and we had to start from there. But they're still dinosaurs underground, and they've been evolving for millions of years more than us.
That explains earthquakes.
Those are the reptilians, and they've burrowed up and infiltrated our
It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I mean, the evolutionary chain comes to a very fast stop if thumbs aren't very quickly found out, because you can figure out the thumbs. Think about if orcas or dolphins were not just as smart as us. Say that the average orca IQ was 160. They're all geniuses. They're brilliant. They still can't build anything. They can't do anything. There's not enough of them to really advance.
I bet there's some society saying the exact same thing. It doesn't matter. They're total shit without telekinesis.
They have no telepathy.
Right.
Yeah. And see, that's why we're whatever level civilization we are. If we're in the Archaic Age, those people would be in the Iron Age, or whatever the appropriate civ comparison would be. But yeah, that I have nowhere to go from there.
Topic?
No, the reptilians came up. They've infiltrated our governments. They've been pumping hydrocarbons into our air through years after the Industrial Revolution, turning our planet warmer, until it's ripe for the reptilians to come above ground. And all of a sudden, the mammals are all burning up and sweating it out. But they like it because they're cold-blooded and they take over.
That's a very that's a million-year-long con.
Doesn't Alex Jones actually believe this?
No, I just made all that up. I hope he doesn't. Jesus,
Alex
if he
Jones
believes
in lizard people, and he
Alex Jones believed that the water supply was turning frogs gay.
Well, it did a little.
Frogs change sex. All amphibians do. Salamanders as well.
So it just was the
he
water.
Explain this to me. Don't worry. It turned him gay. The water he was getting at, though, what he was getting at was that fluoride is meant to feminize the American men and turn them gay. That's what he was getting down to. It's sure, he started off with frog science, but where he was headed with it was people science. And you see, this is what the government's doing. I sound like Rush Limbaugh. They're putting the fluoride in the water, turn your kids into fags. That's what they're doing. Look at them.
See, and then it makes total sense once you break it down and you see why I was about to assess that, Woody, okay. Is you have to look at who has the most to gain by everyone being gay.
The Russians.
Nordstrom.
Shit, you're right.
Nordstrom, Macy's, all those order clothes in a box, comes to your house, all of those stores.
Cis men on well water, right?
Lifetime.
Suddenly they get the girls.
Oh.
Cis all men on well water have orchestrated this whole thing. That's right.
When it rained, it would turn brown.
Yeah, I can't imagine. If you have a conspiracy theory, you have to, JFK makes sense. The moon landing makes sense as a conspiracy theory of if they want, it makes sense. The reason for them to want to fake the moon landing makes sense because they had something to gain. If they faked it, it would show that, hey, we're better than Russia. We're better than Russia at getting to space. So I don't think they faked it, but there was enough of a reason. I can't even begin to think of a reason that you'd want to slowly turn everyone gay over time. If anything,
population control.
The population to plummet.
The Nordstrom theory is working for me.
The Nordstrom theory is solid.
The evil retailers of the globe.
Retailers.
We sell more men's scarves. There's only one way.
We need more men's scarves.
Ascot manufacturers are behind this whole thing.
Tom's shoes. There's another one.
All right, I only have one more topic picked out. Who is the person at work that you hate, and why? So Taylor might be wise to choose a former person.
Former people, anyone who would bring smelly foods to eat at lunch or at their desk or out and about. You know, have a turkey sandwich, have a ham sandwich, have, you know, pizza. Don't have some horrible garlic curry disgusting sloppy mess. And for the love of fucking God, don't you microwave fish, you savage, in the middle of this office. That drives me crazy. And it's always the same guy who's some meathead who is oblivious to everyone around him because he's so involved in tracking on his phone his macros, where it's like, oh yeah, I got to make sure that I get my 60 grams of protein. So I just have, I have 3 gallons of liquefied halibut and then just a loaf of gluten-free wafer bread. And so that's what I'm eating. Do you mind if I microwave this and then just pour it into my mouth? Like,
I know that
disgusting.
Taylor's ex-coworker, if he sees this, will know it's him. He will know. Fuck you, Taylor.
He knows. If he ever finds this, he fucking knows, because that was inappropriate. That's inappropriate for you to be microwaving things in public. It really, like, I'm joking, but I'm also not.
You're jealous
like,
of his gains, though, aren't you?
Just so jealous of those gains.
So
He
much
wasn't
mass.
He was in great shape, but it's not just him. Anyone who microwaves things that are unseemly, it really is rude. I genuinely think of someone as like, wow, that's really selfish of you. If I had like some leftover Italian food with a huge amount of garlic and onions or something in it, I wouldn't bring it and then microwave it and then be like, oh, sorry, is that the shrimp smell permeating from my old pasta that I just warmed up? Sorry, everyone.
I don't think you do well in IT, because just fair warning, there's a lot of curry in IT. There's a lot of curry. When you work in IT, there's curry every day, smelling up that place. I didn't like it, but there were way bigger offenses that bothered me.
They ever shit in the floor? It's just right there in the floor.
That's a little behind the microwaving thing for me.
Really? I was just thinking. Well, I've seen Indian people do that. They have a very poop-friendly culture. Not a very toilet-friendly culture, though. They seem to be. I remember one of their politicians. That was one of his major things. Our politicians are like, defense, keep the immigrants out, whatever. Theirs is like, we got to get some toilets in here. More toilets. Shit in the toilet. Like they have like whole like public. They all have like public policies that they have to push. It's shitting in the toilet. Like that's their whole like. It's not I'm with her. It's not make America great again. It's shit in the toilet. That's where they're trying to get
bowl, to. Where do we shit India? In the bowl.
And who's gonna pay for it? Pakistan.
It's gonna pay for all of our toilet bowls.
I'm gonna make Pakistan build a giant toilet. A big, beautiful toilet that we can all shit in.
Pakistan is a giant toilet, am I right? Vote for Woody.
But seriously, you can go online and type like Indians shitting in public. Just search that, and you'll get like vast montages of these people. Like they'll just be walking along and like squat, poop, wipe their butt, and then just pants right up and gone. Like they can shit in seconds. They're like my dog. It's absurd how quickly they
shit mid-run.
No,
I don't think so.
But they have
That's
pellets.
Kind of how they shit. Just on the move. I don't have time to waste. I got to make it to the fucking meat market before it closes or whatever they're thinking. But speaking of the pooping, another thing of people that's shitty at work is that guy who always has the perfectly timed, I have to take a shit. I don't remember this guy's name, but he worked with me when I was in high school at this hockey camp where I trained goalies. And it was me, this other guy, a couple other people, and then like the main head guy who ran it. And every time it was all those little kids and their goalie shit falling and slipping on the ice, and you're trying to wrangle them up and keep them under control and do drills with them. And if the main guy ever had to leave and deal with something, without a doubt, his second in command, who was then supposed to subsume that responsibility and be like, all right, kids, 6 and under over there, and you go over here and do this. That guy always would go and take long bathroom breaks as soon as the guy in charge left. It was like he was always looking at his boss, and then as soon as he'd be like, I have to go talk to some parents, they're getting a little bit upset. Seems like Tony got here earlier today, because the main boss was they were all Canadian but me, and and he would just leave and go take a shit. I found out later he was getting high by the Zambonis. further back where the kids couldn't see. So he was just walking back there saying he had to take a shit and then walking back high as a kite and then working with these kids on their form, man. It drives me crazy because I would always see it coming. I'd be like, okay, he is about to, main guy's about to leave. All right, he's gone. And second in command guy. Oh, do you have to take a shit again? Gary, do you again? Like, it's always that. The opportune bathroom and shitter guy is another horrible person to work with. Especially if I haven't done it in like a retail situation, but I can imagine if you work at like Macy's or Nordstrom or something, it would be enraging if it's Black Friday and your manager walks around the corner and then Susie Q, lazy fuck, decides that she has to go change her tampon again or something. Like, it's just, I hate that because you can always tell. You can always tell when people are bullshitting about having to shit at work.
Worst guy I ever worked with was Lucas. Lucas, if you see this, fucking fall on a piece of rebar or something, Lucas, because I fucking hate you. What Lucas would do, I was as an architect, right? And he was a real young guy who was super favored by management. They just loved this guy. But he was junior, so they brought him like with me to like, because they didn't want him to operate without adult supervision. And he was always like suggesting and recommending new technologies to pump up his own resume. And for the IT guys watching this, you've probably seen the same behavior. Like, nothing to do with what's right for the company, nothing to do with having like a common architecture so that someone who works on one app isn't just completely lost when they move to the next thing. He would just like, oh yeah, fucking new thing he read about on the internet is what we need to be implementing this week. And you might think I'm some sort of old fuddy-duddy, but that's not the case. Like, he was just like finding solutions for problems we didn't have and finding a way to like jam them in there. And then there was other shit. Like, when we were real busy, suddenly like he would leave work early to get his hair cut. I didn't like it. It was like, dude, like, I guess knock yourself out, if you have personal time, like we're all on
contrived
salary.
errand guy.
Yeah, but like it's fucking go time. We're presenting this shit tomorrow. We need to, make sure that this is all ironed out and we're on the same page. And you're getting a haircut. I can't think of a lower priority. Like you're just fucking vanished. And then there was personal stuff too. Like he called me up, said he could cure Colin with like dietary advice, and it's like.
Like what? Like
What was it?
Like berry diets
it was
or
like
something?
more legumes and stay away from processed something. And
are you giving him enough pintos? Raw pintos?
and it was just like,
what percentage of his diet is legume based? Off the top of your head.
How dare he doesn't have any kids, right? Like he doesn't even have a girlfriend that likes him back. And
any medical training?
No medical training.
Oh,
no,
well.
but he's like, I don't know, saying he can solve Colin with a legume-based diet, and it's like, asshole, like you have so overstepped your bounds.
Like, actually, we've had him on nothing but legumes since day one. We
That's
think it might be the legumes.
Yeah.
He's on a strict legume. It's funny you should mention because he is on a strict legume diet. All that we hear him say when we get home is, please, no more legumes, no more legumes.
We make him sleep in a pot. Like, we're doing the best.
I tell him you're our little bean boy. You enjoy your.
I'm thinking about him right now, and I'm thinking to myself, I hope bad things happen to him in his future. Like, I hope that his life doesn't work out very well, because he's a selfish fuck. He's not good in his core. He's a fucking dick, and I hope awful things turn up for him in his life. I hope his personal relationship with that girl keeps going on like it has been. So fuck you.
I hope he chokes on some lentil stew, right? Or maybe some chickpeas gets caught in his throat.
Yeah, he was nothing.
I had to look up common types of legumes to get examples.
Yeah, he's the one that, and as I think about it, like the kind of people that I mostly had frustrations at work were the ones who were picking techs for their own personal good. I had some. This feels so racist to say, but Indian culture is different than American culture with regards to like getting stuff and getting ahead. Their resumes are just filled with whatever they think that you want to be on their resume. So when you interview,
what you said.
Yeah, I don't know a better way to say it, but I feel like my Indian coworkers would be like, "Oh yeah, that's just obviously fucking true." You know, I mentioned many times, I think, about the pirated software. Like in America, if you've paid for all the stuff that you use, there's kind of like a pride to it. In India, they just think that you're dumb, like it's poor financial planning. And I would hire these guys over the phone, and then they'd come, and it's like, you can't fucking fool me. You're not the person that was on the telephone. You literally you had someone else handle your phone interview for you who could answer the questions. And then you show up and you don't know fuck all about like the things that you knew on the phone. They're not even
So
close.
they try and like parent trap you.
Yes.
Where some other Indian guy shows up. And
I wasn't even mad about that. He was a contractor. So like you're more apt to get fired. And I like just was I is amusedly a word? I amusedly fired him. I just like, you know, like fuck off, just go. We both know the jig is up. How dare you? How could you accuse me of that? Because you're fucking guilty. We know it. It's like you don't even like. Maybe I think all Indians sound the same, but I work with Indians for 15 years now, and you sound not to me. And like I speak Indian accent, and you're not the same guy. So
you're not the same guy.
That wasn't you on the phone. It wasn't.
I want to change my Sirius satellite radio setting, but I don't do it because I don't want to deal with the Indian tech support, because that's who you get. I literally am losing like $20 a month because I don't want to fucking deal with her. I don't want to call her and have this fucking conversation with her where she's not really talking to me. She's almost like a machine, because she takes my input and then looks and then reads a little and then reads something back to me every time I say something. Like, we're not having a real talk. Mm-hmm. She's talking past me with like jargon, a script.
Yeah.
And she'd be like, okay, so I see you're driving the 2011 Chevrolet Camaro. And she's like trying to like have an American accent, but it's awful. She's like faking being American as an Indian, and she doesn't know like common American words. Like maybe Camaro isn't something that a lot of people know how to pronounce, but I know how to pronounce it and she doesn't. I don't call just because I don't want to deal with her. I get so angry because I'm just like, no, I want this. I want to do this, this, and that. And then she'll be like, okay, so it seems that you want to, and then she'll read back like for 10 minutes. And I'm just like, are we done here? Almost. And it'll just drag on. Like I've been on the phone with these people so many times and just gotten so angry.
What are you trying to do?
The last time I was trying to like, I don't know, like upgrade my package, or instead of like 2 separate packages and 2 separate vehicles, get one package that covered both vehicles or something like that. Mm-hmm. And it's just so overly complicated. And she's so bad. They're so bad. I say she because I feel like I get the same one every time. But they're so bad. I hate it so much. I can't get anything done with those people. I don't mean like Indians. I mean serious fucking tech support.
When I call for support and I see that support's been outsourced to a foreign country, it impacts my opinion of that company. Like, oh, okay, just going forward, know that whatever, Amazon has bad support. That's not a good example because they have great support. But but like, yeah,
you can't even pretend to say something bad about Amazon because you love them so much. You're like, Amazon, subpar customer service. Not true. Let me state, very good. I use them all the time.
They did push their support to India, but they did a good job. But yeah, when I call and like Time Warner or whatever, and their support's actually based out of India, and they lie, I don't like that either. Like, hey, what's your name? My name is Steve. No, it's not. It's fucking not. It's not Siri or Mahesh or whatever your name is. Like it's not John. But they lie, and I've asked people where they are, and they come up with these like, oh, I'm in Idaho. I'm in Boise.
Little Rock, Arkansas.
Yeah, Little Rock, Arkansas.
Born and bred.
Born and bred.
Oh, I could do your accent.
Roll Tide.
Roll Tide. Huge football fan. Watch all of the games.
Oh, this is great. I would love to have this conversation with a tech support guy. Roll
they just keep
Tide.
getting deeper and deeper.
Birmingham. I think I got Irish.
Speaking of the Irish, you want to talk about the UFC stuff a little bit, because it was crazy. I thought Conor was not supposed to win that. The like real inside experts, the people that like I go to like get like some semblance of an understanding about this, especially the technical aspect of it. It's not always like, well, this guy's big and strong, he's just going to win. the guys who looked at each fighter's techniques, their weaknesses, and how it would match up, all said Alvarez, right?
A lot of people did. I got it wrong. I was so confident. I've talked about this on PKN a little bit, but like twice recently, I thought I should bet like $10,000 because there's easy money to be had here. One, Conor McGregor was going to lose, and two, Hillary Clinton was going to win. I'm so glad I didn't make either of those bets. But
yeah,
Eddie Alvarez.
So Alvarez is like the really strong, world accomplished wrestler, right?
He actually doesn't have a lot of amateur wrestling credentials, but he has a ton of success in the cage in wrestling. Like he's 32, and a lot of people are like, dude, when this guy was 21, he was that good. I get it, but most of these world champions are in their like late 20s, early 30s, and things change. Guys get better. And Eddie Alvarez, Dos Anjos, is the guy he took the title from. And that guy was a wrestling monster. His ground game was just incredible. He was just rolling through everybody. And then he goes against Eddie Alvarez, and Eddie Alvarez beats that guy. And Eddie Alvarez has had really good fortune with left-handed guys, like Conor McGregor's left-handed. And they kept saying how big and strong Eddie Alvarez was. The guy who's fought at 170, the contender Wonderboy, was saying that, like, Eddie Alvarez is bigger than me. I can't believe this. And I saw Alvarez and Conor together, and I could see that Conor was taller and bigger, but Conor wears, like, platform shoes and stuff to weigh-ins. Like, he's always fucking with people. And, so I couldn't tell who was really bigger. Because I'm like, all right, I can see Conor's taller there, but I don't trust my eyes because Conor's wearing cowboy boots or something, like hooker shoes. He's always wearing stupid shit. He wore a fucking pimp daddy fur coat to a thing.
The tag's still on it, though.
Yeah, the tag was still on it.
That's a very expensive coat. Like that's probably.
He left the tag on the coat as he was
walking on the
around.
Inside, but he held his arms out like this one point, and you could see the tag dangling.
That thing cost about as much as a car. That's an expensive coat. I like him more that the tag was on. That I know that maybe he's putting forward an image of someone who like has a $30,000 coat on, but is actually smart enough to just rent that coat for the evening.
Yeah,
he's got like 8 cars, each worth, I don't know my cars.
Did he buy them? Did he lease them though? You know what I mean? Maybe he's putting an image for it because he's coming off as like the rich, nasty, like insulting version of Muhammad Ali. Muhammad Ali didn't curse. He rhymed and talked trash. He didn't call you names. This guy, I'll do whatever the fuck I want. Just constantly cursing.
Who the fuck is that?
Exactly. He just exudes confidence, and like you saw in that press conference, Alvarez, they go to him first, and he's just screaming, I'm gonna do whatever the fuck I want. I'll do whatever the fuck I want. Who the fuck are you? And Alvarez is like, well, I think we're gonna get in there, and I'll just really match up with him technically, and it's gonna be hard for you. You're gonna lose. No, you are.
Alvarez started
not
getting,
on the same level.
I thought Alvarez's trash talk in lead up to the show, like he was one of the first guys I thought that was really. Nate Diaz didn't fall for it, but he also, in my mind, didn't have a lot of great returns. People just
I don't think he can. I think he's still got a little bit of that speech impediment, and he's just not a slick, quick tongue kind
he
of
said
guy.
A couple funny things. You're playing touch butt in the park with that faggot or whatever. But I think people just take a thing that a Diaz brother says and elevate it to greatness, when if anyone else said it, they wouldn't think much of it. Eddie Alvarez got under Conor's skin. So Conor McGregor was a plumber. He just quit his job, went on welfare, played Call of Duty, and trained to fight. And apparently going on welfare, in America, that's not a thing that you'd be proud of. But apparently in Ireland, it's really like a badge
even
of
worse.
Shame. Yeah. And Eddie got him with that. Eddie got him with said something about it having a baby and it wasn't his girlfriend's. He said, he told Conor to take his glasses off. He was wearing sunglasses inside. He's like, you look stupid. Take your glasses off. Conor's like, fucking make me take them off. And he's like, take off your fucking glasses. Then Conor takes off his glasses, looks at him in the eye and goes, make me take them off. And then he's like, you just took them off. You took off your fucking glasses. And if you're Conor, you're like, God damn it, I took off my glasses.
Did you see Conor getting his hands wrapped pre-fight, still wearing the suit and tie?
Was it?
He's still got the shirt on and the tie, getting his hands wrapped.
I heard about it. I didn't see it though, but yeah,
I like it. He comes in there and he's always got a very expensive suit on. He's always got 2 or 3 bitches with him. He's got a whole entourage. I don't know who the women are with him because he's got 2 that are like whores. There's like two that are just like that just look like actual prostitutes. They're like Bruce Buffett brought them. Some of his ladies. And then there was one like shorter, redheaded, sort of mousy looking girl that looked like maybe like his real girlfriend from Ireland or something like that. So I don't know what the mix is with that. He's fascinating though, and he's very smart with his marketing. And I keep hearing people saying, he'll be the first guy to make $100 million off a fight. That'd be outrageous. Wow. It's good for the sport. It's trickle down economics in the UFC.
I'm looking forward to see what happens in the long term, right? So the line I keep hearing is like, who's Conor McGregor's next fight? Conor McGregor's next fight is with the UFC. He finished saying, this company just sold for $4.2 billion. Where's mine? Why aren't you calling me? He's like, they sold some equity to like a bunch of celebrities. Conan O'Brien owns
the Furtada brothers sold their parts, didn't they?
Yeah, they were the majority owners. I don't know how much they owned. Call it 90%, like a lot. And then this new company came and bought it. And along the way, they sold it to a bunch of celebrities. And Conor's like, "What the hell? Conan O'Brien owns the UFC and I don't." For his next fight, what he wants is a piece of the UFC. And one of the things they're talking about is him fighting at 170. Now, a part of me is like, "Oh my God." Seriously, at 170, you're going to get your ass kicked. But there's not a lot of money to be made betting against Conor McGregor. And if this guy owns like 3 out of the 6 belts, what kind of negotiating position Dana White's going to be the one bending over next Like, he is.
I think Dana's got a lot of. Can he actually win? Because I know you've said he's 145 is his weight. If he went up to 170, wouldn't like those people they're just bigger people, right? Like So do you think he could really compete?
If they're cutting to 170, they might be walking around at 190. Like these are bigger dudes. These are
or something. I think
these
Woodley
are people that have.
210.
How tall is Conor? Is he?
He's tall.
Who's the best person in the one? I don't know what the 170 name is, like welterweight or bantamweight, whatever. 170 is.
Woodley.
Tyrone Woodley is the best welterweight.
Yes,
what is it?
It's welterweight at 170, and they're already having this big Twitter beef. Tyrone Woodley is not an extremely tall guy, but he's jacked as fuck. He's just fucking action figure jacked, and but he's in love with this. He's a wrestler, and like a lot of wrestlers, they just fall in love with their overhand right, and they just swing it again and again.
From Ferguson.
Wow, yeah, he's 5'9", 170 pounds, same height as Conor, but there's a lot more of him.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the part of me is like, not this time. It can't happen again. Woodley will just take him down and beat the hell out of him, and he's so big, there's nothing you can do. Like what happened when Rashad Evans fought Chael Sonnen. But another part of me is like, he's answered the wrestler question.
If he keeps snapping that front kick, he keeps circling, and he keeps shooting every time they try to fucking take him down. If he focuses on that part of his repertoire, he could go far, right?
Like he's a bigger version of Eddie Alvarez, who just
I don't think he can take 170
worked.
because I think what we have seen, and maybe it's just that Nate Diaz is a freak, but we saw Conor hitting a guy that's 170, that's actually 170, a bigger dude that's 6 feet tall, and Nate Diaz. He hit him all night with that left, and it made Nate look like a car crash victim, but he didn't knock him out. He didn't knock him out at all. I don't know if that's because Nate Diaz is a freak or because Conor doesn't have the TNT in his left hand to take down a bigger man who's 6 feet tall and walks around at 190, 210.
Yeah, I don't know either. I know the Diaz brothers are particularly good at rolling, and it means when you hit them, they're already headed in that direction, and they just don't get hit as hard. But it's also true, and Nate usually fights at 155. He has fought at 170 before, but he's a really 155 guy. Woodley could not make 155. He's a 170 guy. And it just takes, like you said, I don't know if what Conor does to these smaller guys, he'll be doing to the bigger ones.
What I saw from I just going to say what we saw from Conor. What we saw from Conor, it seemed like his game plan, he kept snapping that front kick, that sort of whatever is that what you call it? It's just like a straight, like flicking it straight forward. There's no wind up. There's no rotating the hips. He kept snapping that to try to keep Alvarez away from him, and he kept circling a lot. And then it seemed like he could see that Alvarez was just no match for him, and Alvarez almost seemed to give up. Alvarez seemed to get really not complacent. He just wasn't in the fight. He was just like, all right, maybe I'll just wait for him to do a thing, and then I'll do a thing. He got into that mode, whereas Conor was like, holy shit. You're nothing. I can just pick you apart at will, can't I? Fucking put my hands behind my back. You can't do anything.
His right
Did
hand.
he actually do that
It
at
was
one point?
surprising to see him put his hands
Yeah.
behind his back because I
Oh
thought that
my
this
God,
was gonna
of
be a
course he
fight
did that.
where he couldn't do that.
He busted his right hand fighting Nate Diaz, and there wasn't a long gap between fights. Dana White was like, "You can't fight next. You know, you're too banged up. You're limping. Your leg is bad. Your hand is bad." And Conor's like, "Fuck you. I want to fight." And Dana says, "No." Conor says, "I know my body better than you do. Set up the fight," and they did. So during training, he's got a busted up right hand. So in training, he's putting it behind his back and fighting like one-handed. And he developed some expertise in like being a real defensive one-handed fighter. And he broke it out in the fight against Eddie Alvarez. He just put because I guess he got good at that.
Did he actually do that for more than a couple seconds? Where he was fighting with one hand behind his back?
Call it 10 seconds or something.
He put both hands behind his back and kind of stood there like just, you're not even fighting. Just kind of to show the audience that, like, hey, look, he's not even in the fight right now. Like I'm pressing all the action. That's what it seemed like to me more than anything. I can't remember who.
I can't remember a cleaner win for a championship. Well, obviously Conor's against Aldo, but it was just a super clean win. It seemed like everything Conor wanted to happen happened.
He's ready to go again.
It's very much how it would go if I fought Joe Lozon. It's whatever Joe wanted to happen is how the fight would go down. It seemed like, I don't know. And I
was
thought
there ever
Alvarez
a
was gonna
point
win.
that Conor might have lost? Like, was there ever a point that
No.
Aldez, whatever his name is?
No,
had
it
a
wasn't.
shot?
It wasn't a close fight. It wasn't like Alvarez ever like put any pressure on it. Alvarez might have gotten like a 2-shot combo in where like they're grazing blows, where he's fainting off left to right, and they like do one of those to him or something. You're like, oh, that scuffed him up a little, but nothing that someone who's a professional fighter would even think about, after the fight. It was he got it. I'm sure he gets roughed up much more in his like sparring sessions. He's much more so than what happened in the ring or the cage.
At the end, after he's being interviewed, and he's like, "Look, I know a lot of the other fighters are mad at me for things that I've said, and I just want you to know that I sincerely apologize to absolutely fucking no one. The double champ does what he fucking wants to do." And then he walks off. He's got both belts.
Yeah,
that other belt
how,
was Tyrone Woodley's.
I saw
Conor was
that.
all pissed off that they didn't have two belts for him because he's a 145 and 55 champion.
Yeah.
But the UFC was like, "Dude, you just won the 155 belt. Why would I give you a 45 like in addition to it?"
Well, he left his belt back in his like locker room. They're like, you left your belt back in
Yeah.
the locker room. That's your
He's
belt.
like,
So
"You
they had to
bring
go-
your belt. Why do I got to bring your belt?" So they ran back there looking for a belt. And they're like, Tyrone Woodley, who just defended the 170-pound, the welterweight belt. They're like, dude, can we borrow your belt? And Woodley's like, yeah, I guess. So like someone's running through the people with Tyrone Woodley's belt, and they gave it to Conor for all the photos.
He's got 'em
I liked
both.
how it was clear that Conor was like the showman in all of it there, where he knew that there had to be that image of him like holding up both belts, and so like Joe Rogan was trying to go on with, I watched the post-fight interview, not the actual fight. And when Joe Rogan's trying to like go on and say like, how do you think you did in the fight, and where did you know that you were winning and whatnot, and the whole time he's just, "Hi, hey, who's bringing my other belt out here? I'm the double champion. I need both belts out here. I need both of them. I got one here. I need the other. Where's the other belt?" And he's just not even answering Joe Rogan's questions because he knows in that moment he's like, "Dude, this is like the biggest moment in your sports history. For the love of fucking God." They have the Stanley Cup ready when they win that. They have the Super Bowl thing ready. Nobody's like, "Hey, where's that sculpture with the football on top of it?" Fuck. Like nobody's like that. Like you
You're
have
so
it.
right.
And they should have had that there to give to him so he could have held it up. But I don't know. I thought that was funny how he was the one there who's like, Jesus Christ, I'm already winning all the fights and now I'm doing PR and marketing for you.
Dude, Chael Sonnen, who was never a champ, you could buy replica belts. They look just like the real ones in like Las Vegas hotels and shit. So he would just buy a belt and claim to be champion and tell the champion that Chael Sonnen used to do this. And he'd be like, "Anderson Silva, you're lucky I'm giving you a shot at my title." And everyone's like, "What the fuck?" And there's a thing, like these belts are highly coveted by fighters, Like if some of them don't touch it. Like if I take your belt and put it near me, it's like, don't even think about it. They don't let other people wear it. Like Daniel Cormier was being interviewed and no, it was Johnny Hendricks who was being interviewed by a reporter, and the reporter was like, "Can I hold it?" And he's like, "You have to beat me for it." fuck all. Like, no, like I work super hard for this. I don't share it with people. And but Jail just totally disregarded all that like reverence. Bought one from a gift shop, put it in front of him at the press interview, and acted like he was the champ. I thought it was great.
I like that. It really, it's just a nice little troll to everybody who's taken it so seriously that they do stuff like, I'm sure that are there really superstitious people in UFC? Like, you know how you'll hear about like, oh, there's this quarterback, he eats at Olive Garden before every single game, and he does not eat anything that's not Olive Garden breadsticks and salad before, or whatever it is. Is there anybody like that in UFC where it's come out that they do weird shit?
I don't know. I do know one funny story. Rory McDonald, top guy, a very good fighter. He actually left the UFC, but for more money. But somehow he got like a new phone number, and someone got their old phone number and figured out that his phone number used to be Rory McDonald's. So every fight, the guy would like call the UFC, pretend to be Rory McDonald, and change his walkout music. And this legit happened. He'd just be like, "This is not it's not the song I picked." Well, fuck it, and just walk into some song that he didn't choose. Happened for like 3 or 4 fights in a row before the UFC caught on to the idea that like a regular person who just got his phone number was changing his walkout music.
Some of those walkout songs are just trash. It's like you got to pick a song that's going to be good. You want to get the crowd pumped up. You want to get yourself pumped up at the same time. Don't put something stupid on there. I like Connor's music because that's definitely playing into that nationalism thing. It's okay when it's not America, by the way, nationalism. Mm-hmm. Long as we don't do it.
Yeah, so long as Americans have no pride in their country, we're okay.
Would want that. Not like we've done anything cool. It's the Irish. They should be proud of taters and Conor McGregor. They're 2 main cool things. What else? Lucky Charms?
I watch a lot of UFC fights, so I start getting excited about the music. Like when Johnny Hendricks walks into his, like, what is it, $50 and a flask of Jack or whatever the fuck that song is, or Connor's thing, the Irish music starts and it leads into that Notorious. Chris Weidman with Tom Petty. Like whenever I hear Joe Lozon, he plays Move. I think that's what the song is called, but it's fucking screaming at you and it's jacked. And I don't know, like I start to recognize their walkout songs, and to me it's like a kind of tradition. Like,
who's the 39-year-old black fighter who kneed the guy in the head and
Yoel
then proceeded
Romero.
to do that? I had no problem with that guy until that ridiculous display after the fight. Like, what was that about? That was a little crazy, right? Especially considering the guy was laying there all fucked up.
His thing is he's the soldier of God.
Of God.
Yeah, so after he wins, he starts acting like a soldier. He's like saluting and praying and shit. It's pretty fucked up.
He runs, jumps on top of the cage, then outside, and then he like does a full lap around the exterior of the octagon, sort of like
goose-stepping.
Not goose-stepping, but more of a soldier. He didn't kick him up, and not exactly a goose step, but like more of a soldier's march. He started marching around.
It wasn't knee high though, right? Was it?
He was pretty flamboyant. He was really playing it up for the crowd, and lots of salutes and saluting different directions and stuff. And meanwhile, the other guy's head is busted open because he just kneed him in the fucking skull, and blood is everywhere. And it's New York. It's the first time they've legalized MMA there, which I heard Dana saying had something to do with the hate that some people had for the Furtada brothers. I'm probably pronouncing their name wrong. A frittata is probably some delicious baked good. And that's what it sounds like. I'm pretty sure I'm getting that mixed up. Yeah.
It's like a fried thing. Yeah.
Yeah. So the Empanada brothers weren't very liked, and I think that's why maybe MMA was banned in New York for so long. But you could tell that like a guy got an eye poke earlier in the night, and the ref was real like maybe Mario Yamaguchi or whatever the fuck that guy's name is. He was making a big deal of it. And
I found the march.
Yeah, it's too much, I thought. Let's watch this.
Yeah, so it's going to... I time-stamped it. It's going to start like a few seconds after we click play. You guys ready?
Let me...
I'm all good to go.
Kyle, ready?
Yes.
Set, play. Oh, shit.
That's a goose step.
Yeah, it's a little goose steppy.
I'm going to let people... I'm trying to move the thing... There it is. People can see it.
Oh, his head, man.
And then the punch he takes right after he gets kneed in the head.
There were 3 punches. They cut out the last one. The ref did a poor job there. Rogan was calling him out for it.
Yeah, I didn't recognize that he was knocked out by the knee, except that Rogan said it. Like, Rogan identified Weidman as knocked out before he hit the ground. Whereas I was more ref-like and like, oh,
I bet he could hear it.
Yeah, he's not getting back. Yeah, maybe that helps. He can hear.
Yeah. When that knee popped his head, I bet it made an audible thump if you're on ringside.
Oh, yeah.
Man, because it was such a violent thing and it's so quick that I wasn't quite sure what he had done. It looked like he had jumped over his head and done. I didn't know if it was a punch or an elbow or a knee, but I immediately saw the blood like flick onto the mat, and that's the sort of like you're bleeding that much that fast, then you got to be like slashed open, and then he starts like doing his goose step and everything. That was a little much. I didn't care for that, and I didn't even mind the Russian Muslim guy like going all crazy with the Russian. There's 143 million Russians, only 7 million Irishmen. Ireland is shit. Just going on. He's got that big like fuzzy hat on. He puts it on Rogan. Like
I thought that was a blonde-haired wig for the longest time. I thought he was putting on like a clown's blonde hair wig. I think you're right. It's a big Russian fuzzy hat. I don't know.
I think he's from like the redneck part of Russia. You know what I mean?
So
There's video
like
of him wrestling
Siberia.
a bear when he's like 4.
That sounds like Siberia shit. Like there are clips on YouTube of like some, those videos you see that are clearly filmed in Russia, and you're like, I cannot tell if this was 60 years ago or if this is from a show they have airing right now, and this was last week's episode. And it's just a bunch of small bears with their feet crammed into little, like those old leather hockey skates. And then they're all given sticks, and they play hockey in front of a bunch of, I guess, cheering Russians who are getting drunk. And they're and like it's incredible. Like they're actually kind of skating around, like they're using their hands to like help them, but they're holding the stick and like actually batting the puck. Like it doesn't, like the amount of wasted effort that they could have discovered something so essential with all the time it took to train those bears. All of the rules. Imagine, I bet they didn't even have blue lines. Imagine trying to teach bears icing. Like, there's no way they can understand that.
I've got a
Two-line
story.
pass? Yeah.
So this is like a month ago. We're paramotoring. And if you guys watch my vlogs, anyone listening to this, it was the one where there was like a picture of everyone together on top of the hill. And I was so excited because it was like my first paramotoring community flight where like 6 of us were up at the same time. Anyway, one of these guys is a Russian. And afterwards, we go out to this bar. I'm just drinking sweet tea because I don't feel like drinking. But he is buying shots for everybody with what I could only guess is contempt, because people are like, no more. And he's like, no, take a shot. Just a pound. And he's drinking more and more. He's never missing a round. He drinks so fucking much. And he doesn't seem to slow down. The bar closes, and he's just buying shots nonstop. People are like, they were talking somehow like POW films came up. And they're like, yeah, they would blink a lot to signal they need help. And this guy, he's a veteran. He's like, I'm blinking. Why the fuck isn't anybody helping me? He's making me drink. And we go to another bar that was open like past 2 a.m. or something. He's just buying more. This guy he's rich. He's like really rich. And I think it's...
Or an alcoholic. Yeah.
I do know that... like one of his many businesses is owning a car dealership, and rather than like pay cash for his stuff, he slipped him a BMW. Hopefully that's not a big secret. I think it's okay. But yeah, they did bartering instead of like cash sale, and which is legal. Everyone just back the fuck off. But anyway, he paid for it with a Beamer. He was just cool with that. And
legal tender, yeah.
You don't have to pay. The part is legal.
I know. The old bartering system.
And so we went to the next place, and he bought my dinner. He was just buying everything that everybody had. And then we get back to the hotels, and he's trying to buy everyone whores. And And
what a
like,
great guy.
They're all going to bed, and he's in the lobby, like waiting. I don't know what happened after that. The story just ends.
Oh, I know what happened.
he fucked one of those one or more of those prostitutes.
Yeah,
probably bought them shots.
I wouldn't know, but
everyone gets a shot on
dude.
a prostitute.
I wish I had never been. to like a guy who led the drinking charge quite like he did. He's Russian and no one could hang with him. And then the next day he was completely fine. And he's fearless as well.
He was just it's because his secret is he's always drunk. Yeah, he woke up at 3 a.m. and had a few more drinks. He just rode it out, I bet.
People who drank far less were really hurting the next day. And he was he was training paramotors. Like he wasn't flying yet. So he's strapping that fucking thing on his back and running up and down hills with the wing over his head.
His sweat must have stunk like fucking
it just smelled like
maybe I wouldn't know. It was outside, but he wanted to fly. They're like, you don't know how to fly yet, and it's windy as fuck. The instructor's like, I would not want to be up there, and he's like, oh, I'm fine. He's like,
what goes up must come down. Let's go.
Yeah, guaranteed he'd land.
Yeah. Yeah, you're always guaranteed a land.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Maybe not a great one.
Could get sucked up into an aircraft engine or something, I suppose.
Eventually you'll land.
Yeah, thus far, everybody's landed, I think. I read it in the book. It's like, everybody lands. So,
Did you know that Wade Boggs ate an entire chicken before every single game he played?
That's why they called him the Chicken Man.
That is why they called him the Chicken Man.
Okay, I doubt both the superstition and the nickname.
I will link you to this men's slideshow that I'm currently viewing.
The man ate a whole chicken before every game.
And then did you also know that before every game, Wayne Gretzky would eat 4 hot dogs with mustard and onions, and between each period he would in order drink a Diet Coke, a glass of ice water, and a Gatorade.
I want to Did You Know You, but given that I'm on slide 2 and you're on some future slide, the answer is yes.
I'm on slide 7. You're not getting me. You're never going to catch up. There's too many ads in between you and me. You'll never catch up.
That's not true. I want to be like, did you know about Nomar Galapalara's batting preparation?
What did he actually do? He drank like 50 or 60 beers on a transcontinental flight from like New York to California, and then he went like 3 for 4 the next day against the Dodgers or something like that. Maybe 3 for 5.
Yeah, something like that, and that's why they were getting hammered on the Always Sunny. But the chicken thing, I don't know if you were joking about that, Kyle. That's true as well.
No, I know. They called him the Chicken Man.
Yeah, he's the Chicken Man.
Charlie told me that.
He did. I thought that was a joke.
Rest his soul, Ray Boggs.
I saw on slide 1.
He's not dead.
Yeah, God rest his soul.
He's living happily in his early 50s in Daytona. We're gonna break Boss Hogg's drinking records. It's Wade Boggs. Boss Hogg is the old redneck sheriff from the Duke Boys.
Kyle, you didn't talk about a coworker you hated.
I hated that guy who always had psoriasis and was shedding everywhere, named Uncle Bob. That was disgusting, and I felt like it was just like, I never minded stinky food. I liked Chinese. My favorite lunch, like takeout thing to get delivered, was Chinese food. It was like Szechuan chicken, and we would all eat that stinky Szechuan chicken in the same room. So it was kind of a group thing. I don't know. So we would get Saturdays. We would have lunch catered, and it was always fried chicken. It was always fried chicken. It was Church's chicken maybe. And the black guys would always get up there early and get all the chicken, if I'm being quite honest. It sounds a little racist, but the boss would make sure that his like 3 or 4 or 5 managers got up there first, and they'd eat all the drumsticks. And that always annoyed me. There were never any drumsticks left for me. Nothing but thighs, and I don't care for that. Got to dig in there for the meat.
Thighs are the worst.
I don't like chicken on the bone. It's just not my thing.
Drumsticks are good, and the white meat is good. The thighs are not good. And Kyle's right. Chicken on the bone is a pain in the ass to eat, although drumsticks practically come on a carrying container, so they're better.
Yeah, drumsticks are better.
Yeah, thighs are one of the best piece. The only piece better than thigh, I think, is wing.
I never liked managers who seem to like say one thing.
I don't think you know your chicken, Taylor.
Oh, fine. Sorry, Kyle. Back to you.
I felt like
we're getting.
I didn't like my managers who would say they would teach us one thing, or they would say one thing in private, like when it's just us car guys. But then when there's a customer sitting there, it's like a different game plan. It's like
you never want a manager with a public and a private position on things.
That's how it was, and it was almost so that he could swoop in and be like, "Oh, you're doing that to him, Kyle? How could you? When you're dealing with manager Greg, you get the blue carpet special. Like, why could you do that to him?" It was almost like he wanted to like come in and close the deal by like cheating, and I didn't like that. Mostly, we were taught to be real hard asses and be kind of mean about things and just upfront really, and not bullshit around and waste time. And then they would come in and literally do that. I didn't like that. There's nothing in really. I had a coworker who was always trying to sell Amway or some shit. He was always trying to push phone cards or some kind of pyramid scheme in the business, like in the dealership. And we had a corporate office upstairs that like oversaw the whole Southeast division of Auto Nation, and he'd be up there like trying to like push his phone cards on people way above any of our pay grades who just happened to work in the same fucking building, and they fired his ass real quick for that. I don't know, nothing like no specific things I can't think of really.
The opposite. I had a coworker who would like practically decorate the door to his cube saying Girl Scout cookies sold here. That's all he had to do. Then people would beat a path to his cube and be like, all right, get me some Thin Mints. And
yeah, that's cool. I got no problem with that. That's that's the kind of business that you can include into your day-to-day job. When you're selling Girl Scout cookies for your kid, I think that's a known thing. It's not like we're hustling cookies and his daughter's going to like some sort of vacation or something. It's the Girl Scouts. So I think everybody understands that one. But when you've got fucking Larry over there slinging phone cards, it's a different story.
Dude, pyramid scheme guy is also a bad guy. If you have ever worked with someone who's like, yeah, I do this, but I also on the side have my other company, and then you find out that they're selling like acai berry juice to a bunch of unwilling grandparents and trying to get you in on it. And have you ever been propositioned about a pyramid scheme? Because I have, and it's one of those conversations that in your head you're like, well, I know exactly what I would do. I would look at him and go, you idiot, I can't believe you've fallen for this nonsense. You really thought that you were going to pay $380, get this shipment of Jesus berries, and then people all around you would be, shelling it out to get a chance to, wet their lips with these delicious berry juices that have so many antioxidants. Like, you're a fucking idiot. But the real conversation goes more like desperately trying to maintain, like you're talking to a kid who believes in Santa and you can't let it slip that Santa doesn't exist. Yeah. So you have to be like, oh wow, so you got 3 people working for you now, also selling berries. They bought their berries. That's great. That's awesome. You know what? I'm glad to see this is going up for you. No, I'm not much of an entrepreneur. I'd stick to this. I'm not. I don't have any. My berry funds are dangerously low.
I'll keep slaving away here at this 9 to 5 and let you real geniuses go out there and make the real killing. Yeah, I'll watch you from the stands. You go do great things.
Several people have approached me with those sort of things. One just a few months ago, like 2 months ago. But they don't.
Berries?
They're not approaching Matt Woodworth. They're approaching Woody's gamer tag. They feel like if they can hook that whale, right, then Woody pushing Amray is going to be making videos and instantly getting like 350 people under his network, which will of course make the guy that recruited me in very good shape. And it's just like, fuck off.
By the way,
no,
completely unrelated. Completely unrelated. But if you want to sign up for Patreon, there's a link down below. A lot of people are going to be getting this show on Wednesday night, which is one of the perks of being a patron for I think $10 a month. No, that's maybe even $5 a month.
It is definitely very one small, of them.
One of those small increments of money. And this is one of the shows that we recorded on a Wednesday, so they get it super early.
Mm-hmm.
Our Patreon friends. Speaking of that, let me read an ad right now.
Patreon is not a pyramid scheme because I guarantee you won't make any money on it.
You won't get a single berry.
No berries at all. Let me tell everyone about movement watches while you look for our next thing.
I'm trying to think of what would I start as a pyramid scheme to fool people.
Think on that while I tell everyone. The past few months, we've been working a lot with Movement watches. We love them. You guys love them. So I asked myself, why do I only have one? You see, Movement offers different color bands, faces, and different styles for each of their watches. Movement watches start at just $95. Do some quick math. You could have a couple of Movement watches, and it would still be cheaper than having just one of those department store watches. You can get a blue and a white one. Maybe sandstone is your thing. Whatever your style, Movement has watches and bands to match for every outfit in your arsenal. There's no hassles. Just order online with free shipping, free returns, and a 24-month warranty. So join more than 1 million social media followers and get a Movement watch today. That's MVMTwatches.com/PKA today. And they'll give you 15% off your entire purchase. So do that right now. MVMTwatches.com/PKA.
Check them out. Get yourself a watch.
Yeah, I like those watches.
And use our code. Save some money. Be industrious.
It's a lot
economical.
of money you save.
Yeah, it is. I'm trying to think of this this pyramid scheme thing, but it's difficult because the first thing you have to keep in mind is whatever product you are selling is completely ethereal. It doesn't matter. It just has to be cheap. Like, it has to be cheap and easy to ship and distribute, because otherwise it's useful. Like, if you sell something that's actually high quality, you'll lose money. So you have to think of something. What's cheap that you could convince someone else that, because you're not thinking of something that you could sell to your friends, because that's impossible. You're thinking of what do other people think they could sell to their friends.
It needs to be weight loss. It needs to do something to your dick. It needs to be something that appeals to the average consumer's vanity. Something like that. It needs to de-age you, like make you skinnier, make you more successful, or the whole pitch can be all of these things and money. If you look at late night infomercials, that's all they are. We're going to make you rich, or we're going to make you skinny, or we're going to make you younger. That's about it, right? It's all P90X and fucking, they got those cooking implements that'll make pancakes. I might get a pancake robot. Have you seen the pancake robot? We'll go to that later.
It also has to be something that is consumable, preferably, so that they'll be coming back, and so that you can hook those same people and get them to buy another startup kit when it's going just so well.
I can't get past this concept. It's basically parties, right? So speed dating, and I feel like Tinder has maybe wiped this out. But how cool would it be if people paid whatever it is, like $20 to attend your speed dating session, and guys
bunchers.
I'm sorry, what?
That's what I call it, bunchers.
Bunchers, okay, I can work with that. And basically, you're a host. You're a host, and you help people meet each other, and you provide like the infrastructure for a successful night, and then other people can also host these parties. And while it's not strictly a consumable, it is kind of consumed the minute the party ends. And you just need to sort of wrap in new people and get them to speed date until they meet their Mr. or Mrs.
But
Right.
all that you just have a flash mob orgy app that a bunch of people, I guess, get together and are like, hey, there's 6 people up in North County who want to fuck. Everybody pile in. We gotta make it over there. A bunch of ugly men and one very displeased woman are about to have a very enthusiastic evening. But,
statistically, 9 out of 10 people enjoy gang rape.
Statistically. But see, this,
in Saudi Arabia,
you provided more of a service. We need to think,
why can't it be a service? They're ultimately consumable, right?
Because you don't want them to actually pay $1 to use it. You want to be able to sell them, hey, here's 70 vouchers for my orgies that I host, and it's only $300. And then you sell these to people underneath you, and they can come to the orgy. But even then, it needs to be something that has more of a down tier. So it has to be like Kyle said, it has to be some kind of lotion, maybe. Dick cream, I disagree with, because I don't think people are going to buy dick cream from their friends. They won't buy anything intimate related.
I've bought so much dick cream from my friends.
Well, I made a lot of money. I'm his dick cream supplier.
Yeah.
That's how I got this house.
That's
how he got
me.
those women.
Kyle's the best guy on my downline.
That's how he pays me. I'm here right now for the dick cream.
Yeah, it's got to be something anti-aging, or maybe appeal to like the pseudoscience kind of. Oh, I don't eat gluten. I don't eat anything with tannins in it or what. I think tannins are in
powerful but evil market. Selling to parents of autistic children. They pay a ton.
Just go a step deeper. Find those cancer kids. Those are the real desperate people. Oh, I know. Televangelists. Let's just go straight to that.
Deeper yet.
Who needs a product when we could sell the word of the Lord?
We never even made the PKA religion like we meant to.
We should.
I was on board.
I'm on board for it. Who's going to write our founding documents?
I've already got a few notes.
You do? We need to make sure that we agree on all the aspects of human morality before we create our religion.
I believe if Kyle writes the aspects of human morality, there'll be nothing disagreeable on there.
Not a bit, no.
There'll be rules we could live within.
Every man for himself. Something like that. I don't know. I like the idea of the televangelist though, because then you don't even have a product. You're just your product is salvation and faith based. But if we're going to sell a product, then it needs to be something that we just make up, because everybody's already heard of the other stuff, right? You come up with a new kind of berry that's going to make your dick harder, or your eyes work better, or make you run faster. Then they're just going to be like, no, I've heard of magic berries before. Those are bullshit. You got to come up with a whole new thing. You got to have like some pizza rolls that make you live forever, or some shoe inserts.
Some kind of pheromone cream is what I'm thinking of right now, where it's like
boosters.
You rub this on yourself, and the smell of it, the invigorating testosterone oils or whatever the fuck you say, it makes you more confident. People who try this feel 60% more confident.
Dude,
or just whatever you make up, it doesn't matter. And then you also say that the smell of this entices people of the opposite sex, like a pheromone, like those things that get bees going all about pollinating. That's the same science.
I've read about that before.
I've heard about that.
Yeah, I see in the backs of magazines and stuff, they're selling like some pheromone that's supposed to attract women or something like that. That seems like absolute horse shit, right?
It's total horse shit, but people would buy that.
I ran across this ad. It wasn't testosterone. It was for a product that makes your body produce more testosterone. And it caught my attention. I was like, really? I'm going to look into this. Google, see if it's right. So I do a couple Google searches, and now my history is filled with this bullshit. For the next month, I am blasted with like Be Young Again ads, all sorts of testosterone boosters. And
T-Bomb 2.
What was that one called?
T-Bomb 2. It's the letter T dash bomb, the kind you'd put in a mailbox or wherever, and then the number 2.
All right.
Mine
That's
were
the kind
they
of
had more
product I want to
sciencey
put in my
names.
body.
But I'm convinced I would like to be on some tea. I think I'd have more energy. I don't know. Lots of great things happen when you get the chemistry of a 20-year-old again. That sounds great. But thus far, it seems like everything is a scam.
Yeah, this is what we always took when we were I don't know, when I was 19, 20, something like that. It's called T-Bomb 2.
Oh,
Did you feel more virile?
I'm not even going to speak to that because of the placebo effect. But I remember the things that literally just did happen was I sweated a lot more than I normally did. I just did. There was more sweat for the same amount of physical activity. And I took more than you're supposed to take by double. I took double the normal dosage, and my pee turned a fluorescent green.
I need this to work really fast. I'll just take twice as much as they say. You know how medicine works. Sometimes I just drink the whole bottle of NyQuil. I need to get quick.
I'm not talking about taking like 2 pills a day instead of 1 for like a week. I'm talking about taking like 8 or 16 pills a day or something retarded for like 3 months or something like that.
So you were just pissing. So you were basically doing that thing. Like if I took 50 Centrum Men's tablets every day, my body wouldn't be like, God, what do we do with all this niacin? Like it would just be like you just pee the rest of it out.
I wanted to meet I was trying to reach my body's saturation level, if you will, daily. I wanted as much as my body could take in. Each cell had to absorb the maximum amount of whatever that bullshit product was.
All those those fucking ground up Cambodian roots that they still use in some tribe or whatever.
Even on bodybuilding, had 4 stars.
Speaking of tribes, did you know that in 2006, the Ecuadorian national soccer team, in addition to sending their team, they also sent a witch doctor to make sure that there were no curses or evil spirits that could cause them to play worse in that tournament.
How'd that work for them?
They didn't do well.
Even with the witch doctor
they gave it their
there?
best. Yeah, their loss, had nothing to do with demons after all. It had to do with it being Ecuador up against Germany and Spain.
Mostly defense.
And, it was mostly a defense issue.
Defense.
At the end of the night, it was a very, the spirits of not back checking. Really,
I can see like
really
little voodoo dolls. Little voodoo dolls like wearing soccer uniforms. She's poking them in the leg and stuff, throwing yellow cards at them. It's not working.
And Bruce Gardner in the NHL was having such a difficult time scoring in the 80s or in the 90s that his coach told him, you're being too gentle on that stick. You're treating it too well. You need to teach the wood to respect you. And so he, before every game, would tape his stick up and then dunk it in the toilet and then not touch it again as a way to show the stick who was boss. And he said that he started playing better. And then his quote was, as he told NHL.com in 2007, you tape it, you dunk it, and you don't touch it. I'd do anything for a couple goals.
I like it.
As he's like his first shot of the game, the goalie feels like a smattering of liquid on his face. Ah.
Every slap shot, he's getting a little piss water in behind it.
Oh, the classic Bruce Gardner first slap shot of the game, always a devastator.
You were a goalie. Did you have any superstitions?
No, I did the same kind of rituals before every game, but that was mostly just stretching out or doing the tennis ball juggle on the wall, trying to get on point with reflexes. But no, nothing superstitious. No, I wasn't like that. I should have had something fun, but no, I didn't.
Did the same warm up for both swimming and different for swimming and hockey, but in both swimming and hockey I did the same thing to get ready for my event, and but it didn't seem superstitious to me. I just sort of stretch out the hammies, stretch out whatever, do a couple push-ups, and be ready to play. The one
ritual I did do, not so much a ritual, was I would always make sure that I saved, because there are certain stretches that you do before a game where it's you can look at someone stretching and be like, what in God's name are they stretching? But they're doing something in that position that doesn't look like the stretch that they are. And there's stretches like that, where you put your hand on the wall and you're stretching your hamstrings right before. And then there's the very impressive looking stretches where you flip a leg up and you lay it down in front of you and you have the other one behind you. And then you do the full splits in both directions, kind of showing that off. I always saved those for when I was on the ice, because that there was a point there when I was maybe 15 where most goalies hadn't given enough effort yet to be good, to where if teams were oh fuck, that goalie can do the splits, he actually takes this seriously, that was an actual thing people thought. And I always liked getting out there and busting out the flexibility, which now is I'd have to go to the hospital if I tried to do any of that.
We would be warming up before a game, and my catcher would if the other team was within earshot or could see, he'd catch and he'd go, God damn. He'd take the glove off, look at his hand. He'd look, God. Just making just really playing it up.
Do you think about playing hockey again, Taylor?
Once every 5 months.
Yeah, I think I'm going to be playing this winter in a men's league.
Yeah, I think that too. I wonder if it's true.
There we go.
In my case, I don't know. I'm not throwing stones at you. I was just thinking about this morning. I should get out there. Maybe if I join 2 leagues, it's a couple workouts a week.
The thing about it for me is I know that just like any other time I've gone back and played hockey, I'll get out there and all my goalie stuff and just be thinking the whole time man, I really wish I could be a forward right now and try my hand at scoring and playing out. But I also know that I would be a burden to everybody else there if I did decide to play forward, because I'd have to wear my goalie skates because I'm much, much better at skating in those. So I'd have those big plastic clown
ridiculous
skates.
I was going to say you should play out, right? Just play out. If that's the position you'd like to give it, go play out. And then you said you're going to wear those clown shoes. And I'm like, no, you can't. No. I
couldn't do that. I'd have to wear regular player skates, which would make me so much slower. Because I could outskate people there in my goalie skates. I'm almost positive. But I would look like such a fucking goober. And it would make me so exhausted to do it. Because you can get going on player skates pretty good, because it's rounded on the edges of the blade, so it's meant to go foop foop like you're running back.
It's meant so you
goalie
can turn.
skates are long and flat. Yes, it's meant so you can turn.
So are speed skaters. They don't make you faster; they just make you agile.
They make it so that you can very quickly get up and go, do a little hustle and start running on your blades. Mm-hmm. With goalie skates, you have to push back like this, so you can get going pretty good if you're good at it, but you also are using a huge amount of energy, and it's exhausting. So I don't know. I just know that if I was forward, I would fuck up every pass, and then they would take it, and I'd be like, oh well, Jesus, again. I I don't know. I don't want to
skate well enough backwards in your goalie skates to play defense.
I could skate. Like that is one. I can guarantee I can skate better backwards in goalie skates than any of those people on player skates, unless they're actual hockey players. You can get going quick in goalie skates if you know how, because you don't do
who are we going to play against if not hockey players? I mean, we're on a hockey rink, right, with skates and sticks. Like, you're going to have a hard time finding some people who don't know what they're doing, right?
Not really. I mean, because most of them never played competitively. Most of them played house league, or if they did play, the highest they got up was like a AA team or something.
I saw a couple of hockey videos the other day that I liked. One of them was that guy dressing up as a bum and playing with the beer leaguers, and then like turning it on mid game and just making fools of them all. Just playing keep away with the puck, put it through their.
No, I know exactly the one you're talking about though. The guy played left-handed off the start and looked shitty, and then he switched to right-handed.
He played for Colorado, right? The one I'm talking about. Was it Peters?
His name's I'll find it in just a moment.
You talking about Forsberg?
I might be talking
from
about
like
Forsberg.
a long time ago. I'm just guessing.
Yeah, well, he's older now, but they brought him out, and they recognized him a little bit, even though he wasn't. He was pretty dressed up.
Oh, you know how they do alumni games every year in the NHL with all the old players? It's almost like the Blues are trolling other teams because their goalie this year in the alumni game is Martin Brodeur, who played, I think 11 games with the Blues,
really?
And the other 1,500 games of his career with the New Jersey Devils, and he finished his career with the Blues, so he's going to play for our alumni team. And then Wayne Gretzky is on our alumni team because he played for the Blues for like 30 games or something in 1996.
I didn't even know either of those players ever played for you guys.
Yeah, and that's why it's funny because they're not known as Blues players at all.
With the Blues,
but they just were like, "Oh, we need a goalie," and Brodeur retired like last year. We should just lock this up. Just win. Still knows how to play, I'm sure, unless he got real fat. But I don't know. I thought that was funny.
It's Pavel Barber, I think. Was the hockey player name? That's the YouTube channel for sure. Is Pavel Barber?
He's like a stick handling coach. He's not an actual NHL player. No.
He's a lot better than those beer leaguers, though.
Who's the guy in Florida? Pavel. Am I mixing up?
Kovalchuk.
But yeah, I think I am going to do beer or not. Yeah, some kind of beer league this year, even if I am playing goalie, because I don't know. It's a fun environment. I like the environment in a hockey locker room. It's like more cut loose and fun and fuck it and very enjoyable place.
You want to listen to this Trump prank phone call? It's 2 minutes long.
Sure, that sounds great.
So this is a guy who works for Howard on the Howard Stern show or for them. He does a Trump impression. He comes on and does it a lot. Like they have like a fake debate between Bernie Sanders and Donald Trump where they scream obscenities at each other and stuff like that. Well, in this case, the impersonator is calling a Mexican contractor because he's got a little work he needs done.
Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
Ready, set, play.
Yes.
Hola, amigo. How are you?
Diablo.
Okay, Jose, I've got a big construction job. Are you interested? Lots of money.
Of course I'm interested. I make anything. Now listen.
Okay, Pablo, can you build a wall?
I have anything you need I can do. I can build walls, houses, anything you need.
Good, because I want you to build me a wall. Julio, I'm talking to you, buddy. Trust me, Diego, this is going to be the biggest construction job you've ever done. Huge.
My name is Jose.
After this job, you'll have enough money to buy 1 billion chalupas. Trust me.
Are you fucking around with me, or do you want me to build a wall?
No, amigo. You're going to build me a wall, okay?
Why, because I'm Spanish? I'm supposed to like chalupas?
Stop it, okay? Now, hold on a second, me. Everybody loves me. Now, can we build a wall with a wire that can zap Mexicans when they touch it?
You want to zap Mexicans?
Only the people who are stupid enough to touch the fence, because honestly, you got to be stupid.
What, you a fucking racist now?
No. I am a realist. I'm going to pay you big bucks, Juan. Trust me. Big pesos, Juan.
You like I'm fucked up because I could go over there and beat the shit out of you. I see you on TV. And I tell you again, my name is Jose.
Okay, wonderful. Therefore, you are going to build that big wall for me.
You think because I'm Mexican, I'm going to build you a wall?
That's right, genius.
You're out of your fucking mind. You ain't going to be festive because Mexican people hate you.
No. They love me, Felipe. Everybody loves me. You're going to love me. Trust me.
You know a good racist piece of shit.
If you don't watch yourself, I'm going to make that wall really high. That I can do.
Come on, motherfucker, make it higher.
Chico, it just got 10 feet higher.
I'm gonna put you in there. I'm gonna fuck your wife, you motherfucker.
Oh, and then we go all the way to 30.
Higher.
You blew it, Chico. You blew it.
Against the wall.
Now you really pissed me off, Pancho. You're not only building that wall, but you're paying for it.
Motherfucker, don't come back because if I find you, I'm gonna chop your head off.
So
now
there it
you
is,
really
if
pissed
Trump
me
tried
off,
to hire
Pancho.
someone.
You're not only going to build it, you're going to pay for it.
Yeah, that was the kicker. That was. Do you think? A lot of these things are staged. You think that was staged?
No, I don't think so. That was on Stern's show, and they've got guys. They just do that all day. They're constantly calling people. I think that one's legit.
I don't know.
I thought it was pretty funny, regardless.
Yes.
That was pretty good. That wall thing, I think he's going to build the wall. I'm just going to be honest. I think he's going to build the wall. I can't. I feel like a fool saying what I don't believe. I'm like, if in the heart of it, I actually believe that from everything we've seen, at the very least, there is going to be a fence that goes all the way, and there are going to be spots where there's something impressive to look at that is a wall. Like, that has to happen. I saw that the congressional Republicans are getting the bill together. They want it ready on day one. I see Trump still talking about it loudly and proudly. On 60 Minutes, he went into it quite a bit. He has to do it at this point. If he had like gotten quiet on the wall, like right after he won, if he was like, maybe we don't need a wall. Maybe if they hold up their ends of the agreements, we won't need a wall. Maybe that's what we're going. Maybe if he did that, if he was like, look, Mexico, I'll negotiate hard. You don't want a wall, then we need you to work with us here, and here. If he'd done that, then all right, no wall. He was bullshit and he lied to us. I think he's going to build the wall.
Dude,
I think that it's one of those promises that he couldn't get into office and immediately be like, no, we're not going to do that, because that was such a big part of what he was saying he was going to do. Maybe not like, the big thing was immigration itself.
I'm telling you, that wall was
the means
big.
by which he was going to do that was the wall. But even if he doesn't plan on doing it, he wouldn't come out and say right now, I'm not going to do it. The
biggest reactions from the crowd when I was there was about the wall. It was that's the part where the crowd knows what's coming next, and who's gonna pay for it? And 3,500 people just scream Mexico. I don't think he can walk backwards on this one. I think he's going to build that fucking wall. I just do.
See, he's made a lot of promises that he's not going to keep, right? His tax plan is not going to be anything like he said it would be. His list of day one things, I think we did on the PKA when we went through it, but I've seen a list of day one things somewhere.
He's not going to appoint a prosecutor for Hillary. He said he may later, but he won't.
Right. There are a lot of things that he's going to have to walk back on. I think more than most presidents, because he made these sort of, I'm not telling you how I'm doing it, but I'm doing great things type of promises all over the place. But the wall, I feel like he's McGregor at this point. Really? You want to bet against Trump? That's your play? That's a good way to lose money.
And it's a construction project, right? It's not like he said, yeah, it's not like the whole campaign. He was like, yeah, I'm going to fix this part of the tax code. If he didn't fix it in the end, you'd be like, well, writing fucking tax code probably isn't his strong suit. But this is a construction project. This is literally building. It's a construction project. It's his bread and butter. It's as perfect a thing for him as we can imagine based on the image of him that he is.
What if he just put his name on an existing wall, right? Wouldn't that be his bread and butter?
Yeah,
if there was an existing wall to slap his name on, I bet he would do that.
There's
walls.
Fence. There's fences.
Yeah, there's quite a fence. It's just it's not what he wants.
I picture it like the Hoover Dam. I'll be disappointed if it's anything but straight out of Game of Thrones, giant smooth concrete with Trump in not just gold letters, but gold bedazzled, bejeweled, shiny letters. Lots of.
And on the American side, there's macaroni grills and Build the Bears all across the way. And on the Mexican side, it's just slab of concrete, desolate
fucking
desert
Orange
out
Julius
spray painted terribly
and Orange
everywhere.
Julius, you got.
Yeah. I saw they on the
Express every 50
there's
miles.
there's a Trebuchet subreddit, and there's a little bit of a cross subreddit thing the other day between the Trebuchet subreddit and the Donald, because the Donald has been suggesting that a Trebuchet might be a good way to send the Mexicans back. And they've got these diagrams of how a trebuchet works. And then, they're going, and then the trebuchet people thought that was really funny. And they were like, look, we're not suggesting we're going to hurt anyone. Of course, a big, soft, cushy area on the other side of the wall will be provided. There'll be a foam pit. And they're like, when the Mexicans send their siege machines, they're not sending their best. They're sending low-grade catapults. Their weights are not offset correctly. The payload is not being released. It's bad siege machines. We send our best. It's just going. So
there's a whole forum of people talking about trebuchets.
Yeah, I'm into it too. I like that.
My
stuff.
God, wow.
You can build yourself a pretty cool fucking trebuchet for a few $1,000s, and this is something that can throw a large rock or piece of steel or whatever a long way.
Yeah.
A person, yes, that would work too. So I have some interest in trebuchets. I've always thought that that would be a cool project to build. Like, what if I had my own trebuchet? That'd be neat. Something that could lob, say, an engine block sized thing. What if you had something that could throw 500 pounds of iron and steel 300 yards? And it doesn't use gunpowder or propellant. It's ropes and wood and a counterweight. You make the counterweight with water. You could just have some containers, fill them up with water. Oh, we're going to move the trebuchet, drain the water out. Sure. You drain the water out, now you just got a big piece of wood you can wheel around. So you could have some fun with a trebuchet.
I actually watched a special. It must have been like 5 Thanksgivings ago.
Did he throw a piano in England?
Maybe they did it some
I've
point.
seen what
the
you're
one I was
talking
thinking
about.
of, it was like the 10th annual pumpkin heaving.
Pumpkin chunkin'.
Pumpkin
Yes.
chunkin'. And they had like certain ones where it was just you rolled a pumpkin into this basically rail gun, and then it just and it fires it out. Like
There
that,
are 3 classes.
and then Jesus Christ. Okay, and then there was the trebuchet class, and then now what am I explaining it for? What are the 3 classes? And
So
what
the 3
differentiates them?
classes, you have the air cannons. They use compressed air, and these are the most powerful of the pumpkin chunkers. They have very long barrels, very big thing.
Are they
lots of
chunkers or chuckers?
chunkers, pumpkin chunkin', so it rhymes. So it's those use compressed air, and they can shoot like a fucking mile, like 5,000 feet, I think. Then you have the trebuchets and catapults. These are machine operated. They use springs. They use wound rope. They use counterweights, that sort of thing. The catapults, trebuchets, things like that. And then the really cool outsiders, and there's only a handful, are the centrifugal machines. These things have a long arm that starts rotating slowly, but slowly picks up speed until you have this really long arm, and then they release at the perfect moment. Those machines are much more expensive, harder to use, and more dangerous. The real thing is that pumpkin chunkin' has been shut down for several years now. Maybe it's new. Maybe they fixed it this year or like recently. But what happened
Obama.
was it was close. Under Trump, maybe you wouldn't be able to sue the makers of the people who run the pumpkin chunkin' operation because you overturned your ATV checking out a pumpkin and hurt yourself. Because that's what happened. Somebody was going downrange on an ATV, as they do, to get the measurement, the distance traveled for the pumpkin. He wrecked. He hurt himself really badly. Then he sued the people who put on pumpkin chunkin', and there's been no more pumpkin chunkin' for many years now. And it's a real shame because when I was in high school, I was really into it. We had the Discovery Channel cassette, and we'd watch it in shop class, and we had plans to make our own, and it was a whole thing that never came to be.
Well, that sounds like not like the kind of hobby I'd want to get involved in, but that one that would be fun to pop in if a friend was involved in it.
Sure,
every
it's
once in a
expensive.
while.
In
You know,
North
you gotta-
Carolina, you can't sue someone if you hurt yourself doing recreational stuff on their land. Now, pumpkin chunking might be different because you might pay for access, and if you pay, then there's a higher expectation of the safety and taking care of. But if you go and play soccer on my land or something, and I'm not billing you for it, my right for keeping you safe is the same as my obligation to keep you safe is the same as mine of that of a trespasser. Provided I don't have fucking bear traps laying around in the yard, you could kill yourself and I'm fine.
It says here the lawsuit was filed in 2013. A volunteer spotter at the 2011 event. He was on an all-terrain vehicle going through the field to help determine the distance. And what happened to him? He alleged that the
pumpkin.
Oh, that would be insane. Liable for serious spinal injury he suffered when the ATV he was riding flipped. He lost his job and had great difficulty walking after the incident, according to court documents. So this is a volunteer guy at the event, wrecked a four-wheeler while going to look for where the pumpkin landed, and he hurt himself and sued back in 2011, and they settled in 2013. I don't know what the current shape of the sport or event, whatever you want to call it, is. I see a Huffington Post thing here from 2016 that says 2 injured in horrific pumpkin accident at Pumpkin Chunkin Festival in Delaware.
How?
Yeah.
In this case, an air cannon called the Pumpkin Reaper exploded as it launched a pumpkin with a trap door and other parts flying into the air, according to footage posted to YouTube. I'll look for that video. A 39-year-old woman who's not been named was struck by falling pieces in the head. It arcs down on the woman who's running away as it hits her. I got to find this video. And it looks like a 56-year-old man suffered non-life-threatening injuries. I'm looking for some video of like the shit going down. Pumpkin Chunkin exploded as it launched a pumpkin. Oh, the video's private, of course. Well,
you know, you're tampering my enthusiasm for being a pumpkin chucker.
I want to see somebody grievously injured with their pumpkin when Pumpkin Chunkin goes wrong.
Oh, that's a good video. I've seen what they do. Now, what I have seen is they take that big air cannon that shoots the pumpkins and level it and aim it right at a car. And then they shot the car in the door with the pumpkin, and it really fucked the car up. It put a big hole in it.
You know, ever since that one episode where I didn't the drinking episode where I missed the first 90 minutes.
Yes.
I still have like a PTSD from that.
Good.
I check that recording like every 90 seconds. I'm on top of that shit. It's never happened before.
Because that was a one strike and you're out thing from now Kyle's leaving. So he won't be able to back me up. But oh man, like in that moment I was so defeated feeling where I was just like, God damn it, this is that feeling of like now for the next like 6 months, like I'm gonna be like starting to tell a story and I'll be like, wait, did I tell this for real or did I tell it in the 90 minutes where I was a little bit drunk? Like
I thought those 90 minutes were junk. I remember I opened the breathalyzer. We didn't drink at all. We took our first drinks on camera. Like there was nothing really drunken fun about it. But Kyle thought they were good. So
I thought they were really good as well. But you know, thanks to the Patreon, we forged ahead and we did a whole 4-hour show after that. So
that is a thing.
Talk about value.
We used to cancel shows like once a month. Like once a month, we just say, someone can't make it. I'm not doing a show if like Wings isn't there, Kyle's not there, or something like that. Like fuck it. I don't know, or me wouldn't be there sometimes, you know. But we used to cancel them all the time, and but now that like there's a Patreon thing, it needs to be probably unexpected and serious, you know, for a show not to happen.
When's the last time that we missed a week?
I don't know. I mean, we did the show when we were in the middle of the woods in, where were we, Georgia, for the survival episode. We did. Yeah. Kyle, he'll have that on in a second. When's the last time we missed a PKA, Kyle?
It was last Christmas, maybe. Maybe we skipped it, or we did it a week off or something. Or there might have been maybe the Christmas before that. I thought we did a thing where it was like, the guest isn't coming and, it's Christmas and maybe you had family doing some things and maybe I was doing something too. Seems like that was when it was a Christmas thing.
Christmas doesn't even seem like if you are to give a pass to any of those missing, like Christmas is an excuse. Like when's the last time like a real, October 6th, we just didn't do it or like.
You'd have to go back to before Lefty got gone, I think. You would have to go back like 3 years to a time where I'm sure the thing that would have done it would be like Woody can't make it, and I'm left to decide if I'm going to go on and do a show with Wings. And so instead, I think Wings might have went and like did some kind of a show with some people.
We might have missed one when I did Minecon, maybe.
It's possible.
This is something that people will know and comment immediately.
Yeah.
Here's a definitive list of every week and the corresponding date that they missed the show.
November
We do this
2nd,
shit.
You'll notice that
2013.
3 of them are post Patreon, much to the chagrin of Woody and his false assumption. There's something like that where it'll come after you, like you were trying to pull the wool over their eyes.
Right. Hey, I have a question for you guys. My shirt, should it be one more button?
I can't see how many buttons there are. Is it just a regular 2-button polo? Or 3-button?
3 buttons. The top one would be way up here, which I think you
You
don't.
do-
You don't
I like
right?
exactly what you're doing now. I think your shoulders are too wide for that shirt, though.
You leave 2 undone.
The thing that I didn't know for a long time was that like fucking shirts don't fit everybody. That we're all shaped different. So why should we all fit into 3 main sizes, right? So I don't think that particular cut is perfect for your wider than normal shoulders that you have, but you're perfectly good with the button. I like it unbuttoned and with
Play
no
it by
undershirt.
ear with the button. Like yours, like right there, you look like a priest who forgot his white
Yeah, don't
thing.
do that. Yeah.
Like you look fine. I wouldn't do that though. This is a Henley, and so obviously you don't want all 3 of them
Yes.
undone here
Yes, I do.
because
Not unless you want some dick.
I look like a modern pirate.
I like it.
I see.
You should wear more blouses. What is this? Good look for you. Maybe you
Prince
got that
had-
ruffle, like a
We're
ruffly
Prince's
thing,
old
too.
stuff. Exactly. Kyle and I are on the same page.
the puffy shirt. Yeah,
I thought you were
Yeah.
wearing a T-shirt until I saw your.
it's just got like 3 buttons on it, and I just leave the
No,
top.
that's all him in there. He thought he was wearing a very furry T-shirt underneath.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
a very. It's a warm shirt.
I do feel
I'm
like
always
this
chiller?
shirt doesn't fit right. I don't know.
It's all natural. Faux.
Yeah, I think that your shoulders are just a little bit too wide for that. It's hard to find clothes that fit right. Like I've got plenty of like shirts and that don't. Most of my clothes don't fit. I can't find any pants that ever fit because my legs are so long and then my waist is small. But then it gets big again. It's like nothing's gonna fit me right ever and look right on me unless it's custom made, which seems so like not something that I want to own or be a part of. Is like getting into some goddamn custom made clothing.
I bought jeans at Nordstrom 6 weeks ago and had them tailored to like
Didn't
fix
we just
like
establish Nordstrom was for gay people, and that was why they were?
I don't
doing
know. I just picked like
fluorine in
the
the water?
biggest store I could think. I like Nordstrom.
They got my blouses just
high
right.
quality
for me.
clothing at Nordstrom. But I bought jeans there 6 weeks ago, and they were like, "Hey, do you want us to like bring up this like the pant leg a little bit and fix it?" Because they only had like the extra long pant legs, and I was like, "No, it's fine, whatever." And they're like, "Really? We'll do it for free, and you can just come back and get it." And I was like, "Sure." And I completely forgot that I bought jeans at Nordstrom until the Garrett, that nice gentleman, Garen, whatever the fuck his name was, from Nordstrom, called me today and was like, "I just wanted to let you know that we have your jeans here. They are all finished up. It shows that you purchased them on September 26th. I just wanted to make sure you're coming by to get those."
Tell them
Like,
you lost a leg.
yeah, like I'm a parent who left their kid at after school care for too long, and they're calling to make sure I'm really coming. Like I totally forgot about it, but that's good. That guy saved me money because I would have just left those fucking jeans there.
Speaking of saving money,
Totally forgot.
Tell me more about saving money.
well, I've got some offer codes here for you. If you're yeah, let's do this one. So, Casper mattresses are obsessively engineered American-made mattresses at a shockingly fair price. I don't know if you know this. And now you can get $50 toward any mattress purchase by going to Casper.com/PKA and using code PKA. Listen, you spend about one-third of your life's you spend about one-third of your life sleeping. Let's make sure you're doing it on a good mattress. Casper brings together 2 comfy technologies, latex foam and memory foam. So they've got just the right sink, just the right bounce, no matter how you sleep. They've got a risk-free trial and return policy, and they'll deliver it straight to you. You can try it for 100 days, and if you're not happy, they'll pick it right back up. At the store, maybe you'll get a minute or 2 to try out a mattress, but with Casper, you get to actually sleep on the thing. It's $500 for a twin-size mattress, $950 for a king-size mattress, which is what I have, and what Kitty recently bought. She got a king-size mattress. I got to like tear the bag and watch it grow and grow.
Did she get it
until
from
was-
Casper?
She did. Comparing that to industry standards, it's an outstanding price point. So get $50 toward any mattress purchase by going to Casper.com/PKA and using code PKA. They really are fantastic mattresses. I really do love mine. And going to the king size, I've said it over and over, but I don't know what took me so long to do it because it's such a huge improvement.
Yeah, king is nice. Ours is a California king. And people have the false impression that a California king is bigger than a king. It's just different. It's a little bit longer from head to toe and a little bit smaller from shoulder to shoulder. Both huge. Even though ours is narrower than your shoulder to shoulder, we find that there's plenty of room for like grown-ups and Great Danes and who knows what. But
you can get 8 people in that bed.
There's plenty of room. But yeah, we have a California king. It's just a little longer and narrower.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of it. It's super soft. I got a pretty low. What I had before was so tall, like my dogs wouldn't even try to jump on it. It came up to like here on me, and I kind of went the opposite way this time. It's very low. The little yippers, as I call them, the Datsuns, can jump right up on it, and they definitely love it. So yeah, check out a Casper mattress if you're in need of a mattress. Man, I could, even if you're on a budget, that cheaper $550 mattress, that's wonderful.
Make your life happier.
Yeah, I've only in my short lifetime bought 3 mattresses, I think. I bought one for a girlfriend, one for myself, and then this Casper thing. But when I bought hers, it was like 4 years ago, something like that. And it was kind of an annoying process because we went to the mattress store, we picked it out, and then they had to deliver it, but they couldn't deliver it that day. And it was a bit annoying. Then they came in, you got mattress people in your house, you don't know who they are. So yeah, definitely check out Casper. It's the way to go.
Yeah. And dude, just the unwrapping process is fun. It's like a big day. Like, oh my god, the mattress is here. My mattress. What? I ordered a king size. How can it possibly be in that box? No, it's in that box. Yeah.
I'm gonna guesstimate the dimensions to be less than 2 feet deep and less than 2 feet wide and maybe 3 feet tall. And out of that box comes a gigantic mattress when it inflates. And it's not like it takes all day. It's not going to be like slowly inflating over the course of 20 minutes. You got your mattress in maybe 7 minutes.
Yeah, I was going to say 4. I don't know. So that's a good range.
Short time.
Yeah, and
cool
it happens in front of your eyes. It's like, it's cool. It's cool.
Yeah. Let me tell everyone about Uber while Taylor's stepped away here.
All right.
We've all taken jobs to earn extra cash. Back in the day, I resorted to prostitution. But I've got a better way to help you earn extra money on the side. It's so much easier today, thanks to Uber. It's a totally flexible way you can earn. You can turn it on and turn it off just like your car. If you have a few spare hours here and there, drive with Uber. Have you ever wanted to be your own boss? I bet you'd make a great boss. Drive with Uber, and you are your own boss. If you're driving right now, you should be earning right now. I'd do it. Every day is a payday when you drive with Uber because you can cash out anytime with Instant Pay. With access to Instant Pay, you can cash out your earnings up to 5 times per day with no minimum amount required. Listen, if you enjoy earning extra cash, if there's something special you'd like to buy, your car can start making money for you. So go ahead and get your side hustle on. Sign up with Uber today. Go to uber.com/drive now. That's uber.com/drive now. uber.com/drive now. That sounds like a great.
Is there
it's so
shit
cool
in your life you wish you could have, but you don't have money? Sync up with Uber. You can get more shit.
Yeah, I don't know what the minimum age to get on board with that, but man, if I was a 16-year-old and that's a thing you can do, probably not 16, right?
Probably not.
Let me get that. I should get that right for you guys. Let's see. What's the minimum age for Uber?
I'm not even gonna guess. I have a number in my head. I'll tell you if I was right or not. Wait,
Nothing yet.
Don't say it yet.
I found it.
Oh, okay, 1 second. Okay, what is it?
21.
25.
Yeah, that would have been a good guess because of the insurance and stuff.
Yes.
But maybe that's not a concern for Uber for whatever internal reasons. But yeah, 21. Most places 23, depending on your city. Maybe New York has some special requirement or something like that. Who knows? But 21 for most places, it seems. Yeah, that sounds great. At 21, I would have definitely done this just to meet new people. I bet you could meet new girls really easy. Like that seems like if you're in a new city or something. Like I know there's a neighborhood in Atlanta that I used to stay in East Atlanta, and there's just so many bars and in this one little area, and then all the housing is kind of 8 blocks that way, just too far to drive if you're drinking, any distances. And I was just thinking, like, man, an Uber driver could meet so many girls and get so many numbers if you were just trafficking that area and picking them up.
This might not be a line that they want us to pursue,
So think of it as social interaction. You meet lots of new, interesting people. If you're
I remember
driving.
when I first went full time at YouTube, it was there was nothing stopping you from working all the time. You could always be getting gameplay, always be making commentary. 2 videos a day kept me pretty busy. And then when I wasn't doing that, I was replying to comments. I was on Twitter, etc. I talked to other people. They did the same sort of thing. There's no breaks at work. At least everyone else is leaving by 5. There's sort of a model around, and you want to, when what you do is so directly connected to how much you get paid, there's no breaks on how much you can work. I wonder if this happens to Uber guys too. If they're like, I could be out there right now.
It does.
Oh,
yeah. My driver, when I was coming back from maybe the first or second leg out in LA, this most recent time, he was an older Spanish guy, maybe 50 or 60, and he talked more than I cared to listen to be honest. But I got in. He sold me by the end. I was into his talk by the end. At first, I just wanted him to be quiet, but he was explaining. I was like, how long he'd been working. He's like, why go home? I can just stay here and just keep making money. He's like, I've been going for 17 hours. 17 hours today. He's like, and and his phone rang, and it was his daughter. He said, my daughter needs me. After you, I'm off work. She needs me. Now I'm going to go do her thing at her school. I'm going to go, make sure all that's okay. Then maybe I'll take a nap. Maybe I'll pick up somebody else. That's what this is. And I was like, oh, that's really cool. He's like, yeah, they hate it. They hate it. He was like pointing at the taxi drivers. He's like, fuck you. Fuck you.
It's a neat world. People have heard my spiel on it so many times, but this notion of, I don't know, flash entrepreneurship, I think is kind of cool.
Yeah, I guess people who work overtime jobs where maybe you're a nurse or something, and you could always take an extra shift if you want, or always get another half shift, and you're making time and a half or something like that. They probably feel a similar push to work.
I remember I used to get
Jeremy
time and a half, and I would fight for it. I'd want it so much. And I get like 41 and a half hours. And it's like, no, right? Because you work 50 hours. You make I'm messing up the numbers, but twice as much as you work 40. All that beauty is in the last couple of hours. And there was one week when I think my parents took me on vacation or something. And so I came back, and she's working me 12 hours a day. And she's like, what? I thought you always wanted extra hours. And bitch, you know why? I wanted time and a half. I didn't want 12 hours in 3 days. I can't fucking get time and a half. Of course, I didn't say any of that, but I thought it. I thought it out loud. Well, thought it loudly.
I know Jeremy went and he worked on some, is it EMT? Yeah, EMT crews that were going down. It wasn't Katrina, although it was Katrina. Yeah, he was young. He was 16 or 17. They were getting work to go work down in Louisiana, trimming. It was mostly going in. He knew somebody who had one of those bucket trucks that has the boom and the bucket on the end, and those were key to cleaning up the hurricane damage, cutting, trimming limbs, cutting stuff, fixing power lines and stuff. And they were getting paid an outrageous amount. It was one of those things where it just keeps compounding. It's well, if we work Tuesdays, we get triple time and plus our per diem, and the per diems double on double Saturdays if we come in then. And it was just and they're there to work, and there's nothing else to do, so they just always worked constantly. And he was actually making some outrageous money at the time. He spent it all on Red Bull and dip. But
I don't want to give details away, but there was a company in my universe, and it was a successful company. They every year they get $400,000 in profits, $600,000. It was doing fine, and they did environmental work, and then Katrina hit, and suddenly they had a $7 million year, and so I guess they're accustomed to living at a $400,000 or $500,000 a year lifestyle. $7 million rolls in, and now they're just rich. And my father was like, see, you got to own your own business, because then you're in the game, right? They're just there treading water all this time. But because they were in the game, when the big opportunity came along, they hit it big. And at the time, I'm like, fuck, really? So making $500,000 a year is not good? Not unless
my
you
girlfriend's
make 7?
family. My girlfriend has family who are already like, and have been for a while because they thought the marijuana thing was going to go through in Florida. They're already like getting that together. She's like, talking about X $100,000 is going to here, and this person is in, and that person is in. Like they're starting some sort of grow operation down there. Like they're trying to get in on the ground floor of the medical marijuana.
That's a great idea. I assume, but then also maybe it's so like I bet if you were to go try and start a business now in Colorado, I bet it's really, really difficult.
Don't go to Colorado, go to Florida, Massachusetts, Nevada. Yeah, but Colorado's
But I would think that like
saturated.
Joe's pot shop in Colorado already has the legs and they know the right people in the industry and everything that they can immediately go set up a bunch of shops in Florida now. Whereas if you're a Florida guy who's just trying to get it going now, you're probably behind the wave a bit.
I tried to invest in marijuana.
I don't know.
And it was harder than you'd guess. And there were all these like, dude, I want to invest in people smoking a lot of pot. Can we make that happen? So then you look up these marijuana investments and they're like, well, this company has found a legal extract to do this or that. Like, no, you ruined it. People are going to get high. How can I make money on that? Yeah.
How about this? Why don't you put together a fund that is lots of things, like make it, diversify it, right? So that maybe 20% of the fund, if you're investing into it, is about cultivation. It's about people who are actually cultivating and then selling it to the shops. And maybe another percentage of it is about lighting, investing in the companies who make the lighting or the hydroponics, or maybe, and then another percentage of it is going toward, maybe a specific product, an edible line. You've got Woody's crazy taffy that's THC.
I looked into it, and this is 9 months ago, but it was harder than you'd guess to find like an actual pot play. They were all like way off to the side. And then I was reading about it, and a lot of these companies that like you can invest in are a lot more smoke and mirrors than you might guess. It's like, all right, here's a company. Its valuation is $20 million, which is super small for a publicly traded thing. And it's like some guy's fucking extra large, like, I don't know, plastic garage with a bunch of tables in it, valued at $20 million. Like, it's just complete horse shit. People investing in it, not really knowing what they're investing in, just knowing that it's pot. It's tulips in the 16th century.
How do they do that? Do they basically like sell somebody a 0.5% of the company for $50,000, and then they go, oh, look at that, we're valued at $20 million or whatever? Like, how do you even establish that? I don't understand.
I don't know the specifics of how to like IPO, but that is how you get valued. Like your most recent, whatever someone paid most recently is what your company's, all the other shares are worth that now too. But how you get on the pink sheets, I'm not exactly sure, but jokers are getting on them, and I don't know. I looked into it. I tried to invest, and in the end, my money just stayed in my own pocket.
That seems like this, like you need to be the guy they got to come to invest, because it seems like that guy's hard to find. You know what I mean? Like if it's so hard, because this isn't a novel idea that we've come up with. Hey, let's invest in marijuana. That seems smart. Yeah. The thing is that there's not a clean-cut, safe way to do it that's transparent.
Some guy's willing to travel and actually look at what the hell you're buying and what's this thing could be worth,
Yeah, I would like it if there were a fund that I was putting my money into that wasn't just one thing. It was safe because it was all the things.
Yes. Someone hook us up
like
with your ideas, fund? And I'll look into them. When I looked into them 9 months ago, even the funds seemed filled with bullshit. And I also, again, a lot of them were like, ooh, here's a legitimate like corollary business that's kind of pot. And I'm like, no. What I want to do is make a bet that this stuff gets as popular as alcohol, right? I think that in 15 years that will be the case.
It's a solid bet. You're already on track if Colorado's indicative at all.
Right? Yep. So when you're telling me, hey, here's not you guys, but when the world tells me here's a pharma company who took all the fun out of it and found a way to make an anti-nausea drug that's somehow cannabis related. No. The bet I want to make is that it's as popular as alcohol. How do I make that bet?
Yeah, you don't want to invest in the bullshit part of pot where there are people like, well, we made this lip balm out of THC and, it'll help your sore throat if you use it right, but also it won't make you feel high at all. You won't even know you used it. Like, it's like, no, what? No, so you went in there and you took out the part that people are using it for? Jackass, like, nobody wants that. Like, what they want is to go, man, I got a real headache. I'm going to get high. Like, that's what they want to do.
Right.
They're just manufacturing
I want it to
get
look
high.
exactly like chapstick, and then I'll just peel the label off and no one will know. I'll be there at the gas station, or wherever it is that I hang out.
That's a thing. That's not a made up thing that we just invented. That's a thing.
I didn't know
that.
that.
Actually,
every way to consume it is a thing. Whether it's a mouth spray, a drop under your tongue, or a suppository up your butt, there's a way to get high that you haven't even heard of. You can put drops in your eyeballs.
Joe Rogan used to use it as a lollipop for Fear Factor. He felt like he did the job better if he was sucking on pot lollipops.
Yeah.
Now,
they probably kept the nausea away.
Does it taste bad? Like I forget who was telling me, but someone was saying, like, there's a reason it's in brownies. There's a reason it's in these, like, really sweet, strong tasting good things, because you can't just make like a pot fruit juice or something, because you'll taste the pot in it, and it's hard to overcome that.
Yeah, I think it tastes like it smells.
So probably pretty bad.
Yeah, probably not very tasty.
Skunky. Smells like a concert that I don't really want to be at, but a friend dragged me along to because they had an extra ticket.
And you're here now, so make the best of it.
Yeah, it smells like that Toby Keith concert I went to when I was 19, all because I got guilted into it. Well, how are we going to sell an extra Toby Keith ticket? Well, I don't. So now I have to go to Toby Keith because you can't get a extra ticket because you broke up with your girlfriend too soon before the concert. Why are we even going anyway? You got these tickets for her.
It's the night of whoever this happened knows you're talking about them.
If we were still close and he knew I did this fucking podcast, I'm sure he would know. He'd be like, oh yeah, I'm the guy who drugged Taylor along to the fucking Toby Keith concert, and he was miserable and hated it the whole time and didn't want to, line dance with all the finest in Central Missouri. I'd rather not. Yeah, heel toe.
I like that it's Missouri and not Missouri.
Yeah, well, yeah.
They should change the name completely. They should change the spelling after this last election because it's definitely Missouri now.
Yeah, Missouri won out over Missouri by about 600,000 people, if I recall, based on the numbers. So, yeah.
There's a couple. I think it's Nevada, but I'm not sure about that. I'm pretty sure it's Oregon, like almost G-U-N, not Oregon. And Missouri is obviously Missouri. Those people don't know what they're saying.
Yeah, it's definitely not Missouri because there's an I at the end of that word. There's not an A and then 3 H's. Like
yes.
Sometimes I'll accidentally pronounce the S on the end of Illinois.
Nobody says Illinois.
I know they don't, but sometimes it comes out of my brain that way.
I can't believe you mess up names, idiot.
Yeah, fucking you rube.
All the time.
You're definitely right about it is Oregon, not Oregon. Oregon sounds like, Sauron's first lieutenant. But of course Sauron was Morgoth's first lieutenant, so.
Of course.
Goodness, obviously. Do we need to say such a thing?
That's what the movie should have been.
Button?
I'd go completely unbuttoned. I'd get that. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
See, but after Taylor, I'm less of a man.
I
This is me in 7th grade all over again, right? Just like hoping I get his chest hair in a few years.
Yeah,
I was looking at, funny enough, is when you made that comment, Kyle, I was a little disappointed because I was looking at my chest in my little screen, and I'm like, man, that doesn't look that hairy. Like that looks pretty good. Like that looks normal. Like that's a normal chest hair. And then you're like, oh, look at fucking Willie McGee.
I'm not saying it's like Austin Powers. It's
yeah,
it's
I would trim it if it was like that.
Yeah, it's just a very full tuft of chest hair you have there.
Yeah, definitely a few tufts. Tufts. That's a great word. Oh.
I'm pretty hairless everywhere. Like my thighs aren't even that hairy. Like my ass isn't hairy at all. There's no hair on my back. Like maybe 1 or 2 little stragglers on my shoulder every now and then. Just pluck them out. But yeah, it's not a lot of body hair.
I lost the shoulder war a few years ago. The Great Shoulder War, where you're like, oh man, stuff's starting to creep up, and then eventually you're like, well, this is a battle that's no longer fought. There's a new cultural norm that's been established on the upper part of my shoulders, and they've surrounded us.
Can I see your shoulders? Do you have short sleeves on?
No, I don't have short sleeves on. But it's less. It's not nearly as hairy as I'm exaggeraring that to some extent. My shoulders aren't very hairy, but I can see.
I'm worse. Whatever you are, I'm worse, and I can
vein,
tell you why.
The weather vein of hairiness has already shown that I will get very hairy shoulders by the time I'm in my 40s, mid 30s maybe.
I have this shoulder, which is to me a fairly normal non-haired shoulder, and then I have this one, which has the camera's not really picking up, but there's a bit of a birthmark on it, and in that birthmark grow some dark hairs, and they've always existed. When I was like 12, I was like, yeah, I just got a little bit of fur, but somehow as puberty sunk in, it went from like a little bit of blonde fur to like a little bit of brown fur, which became unacceptable. At one point, I don't know, I was like 13 or something, and some asshole 13-year-old goes, oh man, you got hair on your shoulder. And that's when I started to shave it, and I still do.
And that's all that it took for you your entire life to just part of your morning regimen now is just voop, voop, voop. And then that's what you do.
Yeah, my wife will have a razor in the shower, and it'll be like, oh, it's been a day or two. Shave it, and it's done.
It's crazy how stuff like that sticks with you, and you still think about it. I still think about shitty little Philip in second grade. We were sitting at our little lunch table, and I was chewing, and I had I had a crossbite that was not good before I had braces, and it's still, my bite's still not great. And he just looked at me as I was eating. I didn't think anything of it, and then he was like, ugh, why do you chew like that? And I was like, why do I chew like that? Like, my mouth isn't open. I know I've been taught to keep my mouth closed. My mouth's definitely not open. And I'm like, what are you talking about, Phil? And he's like, like this. Like, really jutting my lower jaw out like I'm a horse, like, or a cow chewing the cud. And then, like, from then on, I still am self-conscious about the way I chew because of little fucking shitty Philip. When we were 7, he had to point something out, and I was like, and I know it's not like that, but it was just like, man, do I look like a steam shoveled pit bull when I'm chewing on stuff? Like, just this big lower jaw coming in.
I don't even remember the guy's
trying to
name.
think of other good examples.
I do remember he was ugly. There was an ugly guy in 7th grade, so I just moved to Ocean City. Like, I don't have any friends. I'm new to this school, whatever. And I'm riding my bike home, and it's hot out. It's super hot. And he's like, oh, look. You sweat on your upper lip? That was all it takes. Now, for the rest of my life, I'm like aware I never want beads of sweat on my lip. I'll just wipe it down for always. Does not everybody sweat on their upper lip? Isn't that a no?
I don't sweat on my upper lip, and it seems like I should.
Lucky bitches. No, I will sweat on my upper lip, but I am diligent about making sure sweat doesn't accumulate on my upper lip. You wouldn't know.
Yeah, I don't
sweat everywhere else. Yeah.
I don't sweat very much at all. My back, of course, and like, the big parts. But like, I never on my face. Look at that spider crawling on the shoulder of my chair.
Don't see it.
Never.
I do see it. Yes.
Yeah, he's okay. But I just remember Jordan Wansley in elementary school. Just we're out there playing flag football, and his face was just beaded with sweat, and it's just like, what's wrong with you? Like what's wrong? He was
riding his bike in the summer. Come on.
we were all outside in the same heat, playing football, and this guy was sweating like he doused his face in water. It looked so unhealthy.
Oh, this just reminded me of the sweatiest guy I had gym class with, and it was a combination of him being the sweatiest person I've ever met to this day, and also the person who tried so hard at every single game in gym that like other people would be like, rounding the bases and kickball and, just jog and like talking to friends as you're walking who are on the other team. And he's the guy that's like right behind you who like caught up after his big home run. And he's like, come on, move, Taylor, go. We got to score these runs. And he's sweaty and freaking out. My left ring finger is still fucked up and bent on this like little last area, like the knot. It's all just like, it's like a knot. That knuckle's more of a knot than like it still bends, but not very well. And how it happened is this guy was on my fucking flag football team in gym my senior year of high school. And this guy, Matt, Indian dude, not that athletic, but he was running down the field on the other team. I went up behind him, grabbed his flag, kind of just held it around here because everybody already figured it out. And this guy who was on my team ran up to me, grabbed the flag out of my hand with such force and ferocity. It was like a monkey hand, like no gauge of strength. Clamped on, grabbed the flag and my finger and yanked it back. And then held it up in the air victoriously, like if Kyle caught the winning touchdown catch and I ran up to him and grabbed the ball and was like, aha, and held it up to show. And my finger made the loudest popping noise. And it didn't even, I'm glad it didn't process at the time of being a bad injury. I just kind of thought well, when something pops, you just give it a yank and it's all better. It repops and then the joint is correct. And so I kind of just yanked it really quick, and it didn't make that you're supposed to hear when something pops back in. It made the sound of you remember those Sun Chip bags that would crinkle way too loud? It was like that. It was like those Sun Chip bags before they came to their senses, where it just and they just made the loudest cracking, and it hurt so much. And I didn't go to a doctor because I thought it would heal fine, and now I still have a fucky right ring finger that doesn't quite that way because that
Taylor was pretty athletic. You flag football tackled that guy and didn't even you're he wasn't that athletic. It was not a big accomplishment. Yet Jackass seemed to think that taking it out of your hand was a big accomplishment. That if you could fool everyone into thinking that he chased down Indian Bill or whatever his name was, that Dot or Feather?
Dot.
Chased down Indian Mahesh, that everyone would be so proud of him. But you were just no biggie.
Yeah, he took everything way too seriously, and he got way too much. He got a lot of shit for it, to the point that this is the same dude that I still didn't get mad at him for it, didn't do anything to ever piss him off, because he was the guy that I was always extra nice to, because I'm I'm gonna get a call one of these days that says, Taylor, I see you in the parking lot. Today seems like a good time for hooky. And I'd be like, you know what? Loud and clear. I'm gonna hop back in my car and zoot on out of here. But that, of course, thankfully, that never ended up happening. But that was my contingency plan. If there was someone who was going to spaz out in my class, it was this guy, and I hedged my bets. But goddamn, I was pissed off at him, just being like, God damn it! If I wasn't so afraid you were going to come to school and goddamn shoot me, I would be so much madder at you for breaking my finger over this flag football in first hour. Which now I just have a sensitive, tender finger on my pencil the rest of the day. That's very uncomfortable. But anyway, yeah, it's very easy to feel athletic in a high school gym class, especially as a senior.
Yeah, I go back every now and then just for a pick-me-up.
Yeah. Sometimes I just stay in the car and watch.
At some point, that will stop working.
Well, from a distance.
Right, you'll be 45. You're I go back, and those bitches are 18. They're really fast. They're quite strong. They just glide across the field. Fucking, I'm plotting. It's not the pick-me-up it once was.
I don't play against the seniors. Get some freshmen in there. Let's play some volleyball.
Work your way down to middle school, dunk on those low nets.
Oh, now that would be fun. That's where I could shine against middle school athletes.
This is where Kyle needs to put. You could be like one of those. You know how some country like Croatia always tries to enter a 41-year-old ex-Olympic wrestling coach as their 16-year-old wunderkind who just shows up, gives him his passport, shows you visited the Soviet Union, that was dissolved before anybody who was allowed to compete in this. Oh, that's my parents one. They pass it down in my country, but for you to it. But yeah, that's what we need for you. We need you, Kyle, to be. The pros versus Joes, but it's just Kyle versus fifth. Are you more athletic than a fifth grader? Are you more physical than a fifth grader?
Oh man, we've talked about it endlessly, but that whole thing about how many 10-year-olds or 5-year-olds or whatever you can beat, yeah, that would be great. That's the VR experience that I want. I want to fight children. They need to get right on that.
10-year-olds would be. I think that's a difficult number. I bet 5 you could crush them easy. Quite a few. Probably 8 5-year-olds, no problem.
Depends on your fighting style, I think. If you ever let them get hands on you, multiple of them, and you start having to shake them off and rip your clothing away from them and then deal with them, I think that you get a cumulative effect where you might be 5 of them grab you, you knock 3 off. But while you're knocking 3 off, 5 more grab you. And you can only knock 3 of those off. So now 4 are grabbing you. And then 3 more come, and you can only knock 1 off. And now there's fucking 8 guys holding you. But if you got some kind of fighting style that you've thought of to deal with these children, I would imagine a lot of kicks, a lot of being very mobile and trying to get outside the huddle a lot. I think you can just fight an endless number.
Like, oh, I'm not used to fighting one person. Yeah, I'm mostly for charities and shows.
Usually I fight a big group.
If you're
like normally I don't fight one person for so long.
if you're fighting 5-year-olds, you have to immediately kind of target the lightest child, because that's who you want to go for first. Because you can grab them. Maybe on the way to the lightest child, you throw a couple jabs, take 1 or 2 out. Hopefully they don't get latched onto you. But you need to get a hold of a light kid by 1 or 2 appendages, because that's going to be, and not joking, that will be a weapon for you.
Yeah.
Whether it's actually picking the kid up and spinning him, or it's more of just like you're like the alligator in the death roll, and you kind of flip him over here as a block. Then you flip him over here a little bit, block again. But at this point, the kid's screaming. The other ones are horrified. They've seen this kid picked up, mangled, his arms dangling by a few bits of sinew and skin, and they're thinking, man, this guy's playing for keeps. And you continue your manslaughter. But the point of 5-year-old versus 10-year-old, I bet you can't take 5 10-year-olds. I bet that
totally could.
10-year-old weighs like 100 pounds, right?
Any of us, would just. Any of us would crush one 10-year-old so badly that the others would just be shocked.
That's the problem, is you can't do it half speed, right? It's not like, oh, well, if you play wrestle with 5 10-year-olds, you'll get a vibe for it. No. I need to be able to unfucking load the kiss of death on their jaws to really make a go of this. If I just play wrestle with them, like, that's the worst fighting style. I want to make them cry. I want to pound the first one down.
Instant unconsciousness on a couple of them. Just overhand rights that keep on coming down because this fool's only 3 feet tall.
Yeah, you can get collaterals on these children. Like,
you're like punching them like it's an old slapstick where it's boom, 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 and hitting 4 people in a row.
No, I'm kind of exaggerating, but that's the thing. Like, you can't go half
heads
speed
are this big, bro.
to see how it goes. You need to really be able to unload on them to get a vibe for how many you can handle.
If you hit one fucking kid as hard as you can, like as a man in the chest even, you're going to break his fucking sternum. He's crippled right there. You hit him in the face, he's unconscious, or his face is bleeding so bad he can't see. If you're just, you could almost, the real question is how many can you take on your knees, right? You take your mobility and kicks away.
I take all comers on my knees.
All comers, you say.
Hey!
Oh, there you go.
But still, even on your knees, I feel like, you're grabbing the one on your back and flinging him over your shoulders. You're getting like 2 at a time by the throat and smashing their faces together. But they're going to overcome you pretty quick on your knees.
I mean, you have to, okay, obviously the argument always is, I need to borderline murder the first one to put the fear of God into the remaining.
There's no borderline. He'd die. You kill the first 10-year-old.
You kill the first one. I'm just saying. Imagine these are wildling 10-year-olds. They see their fellow boy or girl fall, and their efforts are redoubled.
Oh.
They're, I need to fight for little Samson right there, who was crushed so mercilessly by that 30-year-old adult for no reason. We were just looking at toys in this KB Toys, and he just came out here and started beating the shit out of us. So we gotta survive.
Why is he wearing a gi?
I've got a thing.
Why is he wearing a gi?
So I saw this video, right? It was like Pussy Past the Night or something like that.
Beating the shit out of kids in a toy store.
Just do that thing where you grab the knot and like.
It's not even eight like 10-year-olds together. It's just assorted kids throughout the store. There's one, another aisle. There's 2,
So it was in a restaurant, and I think there were like maybe 5, 6 girls bullying this one. And I don't know if the dude that jumped in was a boyfriend. I don't have the backstory. But he started fighting these women, 5, 6 women, like they were men. He's just fucking throwing haymaker after haymaker. And this guy successfully beat up like 6 women at a time. And I would argue
I remember this video. We watched it on PKA. It's in Asia, right?
Yes. Now, don't you think those women were equivalent to at least 10-year-old boys?
Yeah.
Yes, at least.
Yeah, that's a good point.
But they were unmotivated. They were a bit. When he came in there.
Dude, I love that video because we should watch it again. We should get a refresher.
I've been looking for it for a few seconds here.
They fight more, if I recall, the way that like women in a group like that do fight, where like he becomes engaged with one of them, and the other ones kind of sneak in with like pot shots and like nut kicks and trying to fuck with them like that. But again, these aren't wildling women. They immediately collapse under pressure. It's like they aren't used to being battered in public.
No, none of us are really. I mean, you know, we're talking about them, but like if somebody punched me in the fucking head, I'd be a little put off too.
Yeah.
I found it.
I linked it.
Oh, you
all right, we got it. From channel 56.com. Whatever. Where are they trying to get me to go?
Channel 56.
All right, it's on live link.
Have a tentacle porn. I like the tentacle porn.
Go to the big screen.
The monster will have like 14 limbs, so he can do like a different thing with each tentacle. Like a couple of them are restraining the chick, of course, but several of them are just penetrating in various ways.
Dude, the images I have seen of tentacle porn are very unbecoming. I do not. It makes me feel uncomfortable.
Can we play this?
Yeah, it's hard to wear your pants watching that stuff. You got to take those off.
Ready, set, play. So they're just stomping this girl on the ground.
Very
Who knows how it
Filming
started? There's a lot of Chinese beer sitting around, making for some good life decisions coming up.
In a second, our hero is going to come flying in from the side.
Knees the first chick in the ribcage, throws a couple of elbows, knocks these women down. They're
A spinning back
extras.
fist.
Oh, I did not know. There's this guy laughing in the foreground. He loves it.
He's not even fighting all of them individually. It's just,
He's like, now it's your turn.
Yeah.
I got you.
Look, they just
You're
crumble.
gonna hit me in the back. You're next.
dude, a lot of them, he's not even hitting them intentionally. They're just getting too close to his cyclone of limbs.
Getting sucked into the vortex.
He throws like a big punch at one of the girls, and then through his erratic movements, he clocks three other ones.
Like a
and then they're
basketball
all
player
on the
with the
ground.
rebound, just fucking throwing elbows. Like, I don't mean to hit anyone in particular, just people nearby.
Yeah. Look, now some guys are trying to get involved, and he's still just like, I mean, there's a crowd of people pushing him out, but he's still in control virtually. Like, that was pretty good. I like that a lot.
Those women deserved it, because that wasn't even
yeah.
like a fight. It was more of like there was one woman on her knees on the ground looking down, like with her hair in front of her face, the way the ring girl did, like all sad. And they were just, you know, straight down, top of the head punches and slaps onto this poor girl.
kicks,
And that guy came in
stomps.
like a hero, like a public servant.
I did not know the music was going to be part of that video.
Yeah, I was waiting for that. Yeah, I couldn't remember what it was. I knew it was either that or like, and they say that a hero could save us. But just beating Asian women, like that's what I want. I want like freeze frames every time he's like loading one up, and like the girl's faces as they.
The 1960s Batman, pow, Zango.
That was the worst fucking show ever. Was that not garbage television? I watched that as a kid, like 5 years old. That was whatever I was watching, Nickelodeon probably.
Mm-hmm.
That shit was such garbage.
Even as a child, I hated that. You know, it was Batman, so I was excited about it. But it was like, this is just poorly executed. This is just badly done. Batman has a belly.
It's garbage.
Yeah.
When
Yeah,
you're fighting in broad
yeah.
daylight.
Adam West wanted like a serious part in like the Batman reboots. It's like, no, you ruined my childhood. You can't ruin my teenagehood.
Yeah.
There are some shows that are just so badly premised, if that's the word you'd even use, that like, you know, it's a bad premise when kids can see right through it. Like the best example I can remember as a kid is Street Sharks, where it's just a bunch of big sharks in cut off cargo pants, ostensibly.
Their father was a
with their-
scientist.
Yes, and they have rollerblades on a lot of the time, and they rollerblade around and they save people. Apparently, there's nothing more comforting than, you know, seeing a giant shark on rollerblades barreling towards you as you're being mugged.
So-
You're probably just saying, just take the money and let me fucking run.
They were shark men, so like top half shark, bottom half like men, and they didn't. The rollerblade thing does sound familiar, but the main mode of travel that they employed was burrowing through the streets like some sort of mole. Like they would just like swim under the asphalt, and then all of a
Like
sudden they'd all
Venice.
burst through it, like through the asphalt. Like, whoever's like paving the roads in that city is just going out of their minds because these street sharks are popping out left and right. And then they fight crime, but they were exposed to some sort of like chemical or something that their father was working on when he was killed by the evil bad guy of the show. I used to watch that a lot as a kid. Street Sharks.
There used to be a fair amount of
Street Sharks.
rollerblade-based movies and stuff that would pop out, right? Like
Yeah, there were. I remember watching the Power Rangers and the Ninja Turtles both at one point on rollerblades. And as a kid, I'm like, this can't be the best way to fight crime. They can't even pick anyone. What happens if he fights you on carpet? Like, what are you gonna do?
There's a movie like
Take
kid
his
moves
fight
from
off
California and he's like a surfer dude over there, but now he lives in like Minnesota. He becomes a hockey guy because he could rollerblade all along, and he's a natural because he's from California, and everyone there is just great at blading.
Yeah, these Street Sharks, they really, even just watching the intro again, they kind of inconvenience minor criminals and some major criminals, but mostly they just are a boon to infrastructure and any kind of street advancement in the city. It's, what happened? Well, there was a minor burglary at the 7-Eleven. We need to apply for another federal grant to get our roads fixed. Because the fucking Street Sharks showed up.
Street Sharks came in there and tore up half of fucking Main Street. The
Why
red
in
lights
God's
gone.
name can't you go protect a coastal city? Chicago's fine, you know. We like it here in Chicago.
A boon is a positive thing, right? They're a boon. They're not a boon for infrastructure, or do I have it backwards?
If you're working in infrastructure, it's a
If
real
you're
boon.
working, yeah.
Yeah, if you're like a crooked contractor, you fucking love the Street Sharks
I
because they're
see.
constantly making work for you. But yeah, they would be good for the public.
No, they wreck things.
These are nobody would even give these people a chance to be the good guys. They couldn't come out and give a good enough speech that people would trust them. I wouldn't.
I still don't have
I would
gigabit internet. Somehow infrastructure popped in my head. Yeah, gigabit internet. They've drilled under the street in front of my house, but that's as far as they've got. I don't know whether they use some magic burrow, probably Street Sharks, and there's a hole that pops up on the other side, but they haven't installed it like across my yard yet. So we'll see. I'm starting to believe it'll happen.
That's gonna be cool. That'll be nice. I wish there was some way to take full advantage of the full, power of that. Like, I don't know what it is. Like,
Right? Fire
maybe-
Playcraft again and host it at home with my gigabit of bandwidth.
What are the things that require that much bandwidth? Maybe some sort of like VR gaming experience where we're all in the same room together, and there's no and it's just real life. Maybe something like that. I just don't know what we need that much bandwidth before.
Gigabit, I feel like that'll just be fast enough through like 2050. Like, it'll be a long
As resolution
time.
goes up, for sure.
Yeah, shit. Like,
What do you need? You need like 20. Is it 15 or 25 that megabit download that you need for 4K?
So the thing is, 4K and bitrate aren't exactly the same thing. Netflix delivers their 4K in about, I was gonna say
It's either 15
8.
or 25.
Is that what it is? I'm gonna Google it.
I'm guessing 15. That's what I'm going to go with. But I'm just thinking,
They say
8K.
25.
Okay.
So they say 25, which means that you could have 40 streams going at once. That seems like a lot.
Yeah. Then you go to 8K though, and now you can only have 10.
Something. Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah.
That seems like a lot. And 8K? Maybe when do we think we'll get that?
They're filming Guardians of the Galaxy 2 in 8K.
Are you right? I feel like people don't have. Well, okay, I'm sure you're right about that. But are you right in this idea that it's going to come sooner than I think? I think.
Oh no. I don't think we're going to be putting 8K displays in American homes on any kind of level or numbers anytime very soon. 4K is still a verging technology. Not everybody. I've got 4K screens, but I only get 4K if I'm got a specific kind of media that I'm using because I don't have the bandwidth.
We still have a 1080p projector in our living room. It just every so often I look and I'm like, oh yeah, new projector. I could do that. Ooh, $6,000 for a 4K projector.
Yeah. I look at those
maybe
things a lot.
next year it'll be 2. You know, I'll just hang on one more year. Yeah, that's what keeps happening.
Yeah, I look at those things a lot because I'm fascinated by the idea of that. Not only the massive screen, but maybe even the versatility of that technology. That I'll just I'll just take this with me. Gonna put on a movie in the park tonight with all my friends. You know, whatever you're gonna do with it.
We thought about that too. It was like, I wonder how it would be just like swing this over to the pool. Turns out I like having it set up just right. You know, so I'd probably
that makes sense.
Like have one for each. But
are there like is there a fine tuning that happens with? Okay.
Yeah. It's in 2 ways. Like one, so if the screen is crooked by even like a half a centimeter over the course of 109 inches, I'm not
it's a couple
happy.
degrees.
Yeah, I'm just like, nah, we got it. Who did this? Did someone touch that? You know, do I have to fix this again? Or if it's not in the absolute best, and at 1080p on the size of our screen, it's not super sharp. Like, you know, if 4K would benefit in like a 109-inch application. So sometimes I'm like, is it fuzzy? And I'll like try to get it perfect, and I realize it already was perfect. Mm-hmm. So it's usually not the show you're watching. It's like some word, like, you know, it had a round edge or something. I'm like, I can detect the soft edge.
I'm always interested in like, what's the best way to consume this media? What's the in what way am I getting the most beautiful experience out of this Star Wars, Star Trek? The Master was a movie that was filmed in film, something like that. So, and I see that a lot of the new big blockbuster movies, the Star Wars stuff, I can't think of the other several big pictures that are coming out soon, are doing different kinds of film for higher resolution and different kinds of the new 8K cameras and the crazy digital stuff that's getting so close to film now with resolution. I'm glad that I've got that legit projector place, 45 minutes from me that has the 70 millimeter film projector. Because I don't know much about the different kinds of film stock because 70 millimeters this way, but how tall is it? And there's several different kinds. And there's 65 millimeter and there's old 80 millimeter stuff, but I like that. I like every time there's some sort of niche way for me to consume the new Star Wars movie. That gets me excited that I might be seeing it in some fancy, super duper way.
I feel like if I had 4K at home, that would be the best way to consume media on Earth. Someone will have a better home than me, but like the best way available to me. Because going to the movie theater, you still have like seats around you. You're maybe not in the perfect place. The audio in my house, I feel like, is better than a movie theater. Like it's right there. It's next to you. It's surround. It's right, and it's just the way I like it. It's got this much bass, but I can still make out the words, and it's all what I want. 4K would be better, but God, it's hard to beat a home theater. Like that's the bomb.
I agree. Yeah, if there's. You add so much by being in your comfort zone and not having just been we got that movie popcorn money or whatever, but you're still getting ripped off, and we all know we are when we buy it. So there's something nice about being at home with like your own shit.
Other people that maybe make noise you don't want to hear, or they're noisy,
infuriating,
or their phone they just might have checked a text message that was silent, but it still took your attention when you saw their basically flashlight. That is a phone that they checked real quick.
I really hate that shit. I've talked about it before. I can't remember the specific instances, but like I've gotten infuriated before at movies because of some shit that people are doing. Because I want silence. I want fucking silence. Silence.
The opening scene of The Martian.
Have you ever made a scene?
Amazing at home. Go on.
Have you ever made a scene, Kyle, by like speaking up and stopping someone from being? Never.
Someone spoke up and stopped us one time when we were watching Return of the King, Lord of the Rings, Return of the King, and there was no dialogue on the screen. It was the scene where they're marching on Minas Tirith, the armies of Saruman, or Sauron. And those big cave trolls are out there, and they've got drums. You remember this? They're beating on those gigantic war drums. And my buddy like goes, "Who made the drums?" And I was like, "Yeah. Who made those big drums?" And the guy's like, "Shh, we all paid to be here." And I'm like, "We're just wondering who made the drums." And he's like, "Shh." Like he blew a gasket about and hey, maybe I would today, but as a kid,
I would have thrown a shush. If it was in the middle of Return of the King, be like, "First First of all, it's very disrespectful to all the Gondorians who lost their lives here, and all of those in Osgiliath who had already lost it. Also, they're not just trolls. The Olag High are what they're known as. Yes. So there's different kinds of them.
You're right about that, because the troll that went in.
Is.
Yeah. Well, I was just thinking they appeared differently and actively. It seems like the cave troll was real dumb, kind of slovenly guy who was bent over and didn't really know what was going on. But I recall that when those what are they called?
The trolls there. They have some mountain trolls that were Push It Grand, the big ram, where they're saying Grand. And then they have the other Olag High, who were the ones loading up the catapults.
Now, which ones were the ones that actually had armor and those big war hammers that at the end they're pounding on the door, and Gandalf and the little guy are just they're talking about what happens at death, and he's oh, this is not the end. It all slides back and becomes silver. He starts talking about the afterlife or whatever, and it's a really nice moment.
It's that's like the troll. It's I guess like a level of intellect above that cave troll. The one they had in Moria, where all the goblins basically just led it around on a chain by sheer numbers, and they were like, all right, just you go in here. We know in the middle of this fight you're going to kill a lot of us on accident, and we accept that. That's all right. And so you just fight alongside us. We're going to do our best to stay out of your way, big guy, and you just do your thing. These trolls were a little bit more organized. They weren't going to accidentally stab their fellow troll or an orc right in the head.
He was whipping that chain willy-nilly.
Dude, you make me want to watch the show right now. I want to watch the trilogy and just fall asleep.
I own it on
just fall and just get a good night's sleep for Woody. Yeah, I need to watch it again. Yeah, the chain, actually, fun fact, if you're me, for no one else is this fun, in the Lord of the Rings trading card game, the minion, the cave troll, you could equip it with a chain and a cudgel to make it stronger. So there you go. Yes, the cave troll's cudgel, which is just a big stick they found in the mines, and then they gave it to him. As far as I can tell,
nobody. A stick in the mines. There's no trees in the mines.
Timbers.
I don't know, just
scaffolding.
Something that fell down when they destroyed different parts of the mines.
They had crazy scaffolding built.
Remember? They did, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was part of that.
They delved far too deep.
And they call it a mine.
A mine.
Yeah,
my
cousin Balin will give us a royal welcome. And then he goes in and he sees all the dwarf heads with arrows in it, and no.
Why is that so funny to you?
Because I could stay in that. I could dictate to you the rest of not just that movie, but the entire series from that point. Be like, all right. First, what happens is they all get in line and they start to march up into the mines of Moria. Give it a couple minutes. They come across the fork in the road. They have a little discussion. Gandalf says, I need to take a seat here, really think about it, really mull this over. Frodo comes up and he goes, Gollum's been following us. And he goes, yes, for 3 days. And then they know that he's been following for 3 days. Gandalf doesn't mind. I won't go through the entire series.
Frodo wants to kill him, but Gandalf explains, that Bilbo could have killed him. But that would have been a big mistake. His story doesn't end here. There's more to his story to come. We can't just kill him, Frodo. We can't just be killing people willy-nilly.
Why was it?
And then he's like, we should go that way. And he remembered, it doesn't smell quite so foul.
Yeah. yes. Much spot on. You want to do the whole series for the rest of the show?
Well, then they cut to that bad CGI of Gollum creeping around on the rocks. That's pretty low point of the series. They hadn't figured him out quite yet. I don't recall what the next scene is. They probably go to another character somewhere.
Yeah. I'm also due for another rewatch of all those.
I'm not. I watched all 3 of the extended version Blu-rays 6 months ago. I'm pretty steeped. As we are, maybe next year. I don't know, maybe around Christmas, Thanksgiving.
Have you guys seen Don't Breathe?
I was gonna. So is that the one where the light gets flicked on and off, and it keeps getting closer?
That's a lot of trailers.
Think so. Oh, so here's the premise. Is this?
Oh, the blind man.
Yes.
Oh yes, the guy who he knows where you are, even if you don't think he knows where you are.
The premise is that there are 3 kind of low-grade robbers, and they break into houses, they steal stuff, and they sell it. They have kind of like rules for themselves so that if they get caught, it's not so bad. Like, don't steal cash because that's larceny and that turns into something else. And don't do this and do this. So, like, if they're ever busted, they don't get in trouble. Well, they don't get in big trouble. And then this blind guy's the big score. His daughter was killed and he won a settlement. So they're going to go, and this is all laid out in the first like 10 minutes. So they're going to go in and they're going to rob this blind guy. Well, it turns out he's an Iraq veteran and he's particularly good at like defending himself. He's big, he's strong. And,
He's got a gun.
Spoiler, he takes that gun from the robbers. And anyway, yeah, it had me on edge for like an hour. It was just the whole time watching, not breathing.
Was it a pop out like, oh shit, didn't expect the blind guy to be standing right there, or was it more like the creepiness of it? Because I always like the movies that it gives me like a feeling of dread as opposed to the
jump
whole
scares
you're scared.
A little cheap, and there are some jump scares in there, but it's mostly like, what the fuck are they gonna do? Every time they try this, it doesn't work out, so they have to try that. Why is it so hard just to leave a house? If you wanted to leave my house, you would find a door and just walk out of it. But this guy's house is all locked up in so many different ways, and it turns out the guy is pretty fucked in ways that you didn't expect. And yeah, it gets really scary, and I enjoyed the movie. I give it a 3.5 out of 5.
I'll have to check. I don't like it, and I think jump scares in movies actually make it less scary actively, because all it does is it tells you, it informs you every time there's going to be like a 3 to 4 minute window where nothing scary is going to happen.
Yep.
It's like, oh, an eyeball popped out right there and I was really spooked. Okay, well, all the threat of danger has been gone now that I realized it was just a hanger blowing in the wind with some cloth on it. Like, now they're going to have to do something else for 3 minutes to lull me down.
Doing that, I know Kyle wants to see that. The paranormal will just like,
it draws and
builds for 2 hours. That thing builds
till you're sick to your stomach.
That's what you want in a good horror movie.
Yeah, the paranormal activity movies, especially, I don't know, I'm gonna call it the first 2 for sure, maybe the first 3. God damn, they fucked with me.
An hour and a half
first
of
one.
like, why'd the hose move? The hose moved? Like a chair. Was this chair here? How come you guys keep moving the chairs? I'm not moving the chairs. It's like, and you're like, is this happening? Like, where are? It's good. I like the paranormals. I want to see the recent ones.
I've seen them all up into the one where it's like Paranormal Activity, Chicano Adventure or something. Like it's like
that can't be a thing.
It's in LA and they're all Spanish, and I watched it, but it was like when they got to the bottom of where the evil was coming from, it was like, really? There's an underground passageway in your neighbor's apartment that leads to some scary shit? Like, that seems pretty far-fetched. Like usually these apartments have quick turnover, right? We're going to notice that underground dungeon you have in your apartment.
Maybe it's the second. Isn't there one where it's a little more like you see the monsters and like...
There's one now called like Demon Dimension or something like, it's like Paranormal Activity, like something Dimension or something. But I've seen 4 of them, maybe 5.
I think you're ahead of
me. The first 2 or 3 are.
3. So you want to watch this trailer?
Not the whole thing, but like the first, because I didn't watch the whole thing when I watched this preview the other night on my Roku. I watched the first, call it 20 seconds.
And that's enough to get
it gives you kind of the idea of what the horror we're facing is in this movie.
We're not watching the whole thing?
Yeah, start at 0 and let's watch maybe 20, 30 seconds of it.
All right. Are you guys ready?
Yep.
Yeah.
Ready, set, play.
Ooh.
Oh.
I haven't watched more than where we are now.
Every time I turn off the lights.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, when I come across supernatural things, I like to tease them and prod them on.
Waiting in the shadows.
I'm still watching. It has me hooked.
I see her too.
Yeah,
Are you watching too?
I'm still
Yeah,
watching. Ooh, it's spooky lady only comes out in the dark.
Oh shit!
She got it on in time?
Each one of us is being haunted.
So this is a scary movie where you could fix it all with a nightlight, ostensibly.
I was
I
thinking
got a
something
million-
similar.
I got a 1,000,000 candle power flashlight that'll deal with this fucker.
Just vaporize it.
Long time ago.
She knows the origin.
Named Diana. And something really bad happened to her.
Oddly enough, it's a scary girl from the past.
Everyone is afraid of the dark. And that's what she feeds on.
Show yourself. Oh, it ends strong.
Becca? Are we gonna die?
No.
Well,
We need to find more light.
Aww. Aww.
Bunch of creepy.
Aww.
I mean, I'd watch that. That looks
Yeah.
all right.
dude,
I
I want to
started
see
watching
it.
that preview. Yeah, I watched that preview the other night, and we got about 20 seconds in, and my girlfriend was like, "Fuck it, no, 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 no," and I'm like, "Yeah, I agree. Let's just turn that off." That's
I was waiting for the longest time for. Wait, that was the
It's a
trailer.
little
for-
jump scary though. It looks like it's all jump scares. It's the whole.
We were watching
Yeah.
the trailer for Lights Out, right? Not.
Yes.
Okay,
that was
'cause
not the
Don't
movie I
Breathe
saw.
was-
Yeah,
Yeah,
Don't Breathe was up
Blind guy.
next
Yeah.
on the little list of things. Yeah, that looks like a decent enough horror movie.
What happens to me a lot is I'll be really excited about a movie and it's fresh and it's new. And then when I'm looking for a movie to watch, I can't remember what I was excited about a year ago.
I make lists. There's movies that I'm wanting to watch in theaters, then there's movies that I'm waiting to come out. What's that one just came out? A big sci-fi thing, maybe with Amy Adams. She just said it was very good. It's like
Starts
Aliens
with an A.
come, The Arrival or something.
It's something like that. Melissa
Yeah.
saw it. She said she didn't think it was that great.
She just liked it a lot. The aliens arrive in some kind of big crazy ship and just float there, and we got to figure out a way to talk to them, and that's kind of the premise of the movie. I don't know really what goes from there, but looked pretty good. Looked like a high budget like sci-fi thing, which I'm always into. I think is it Ridley Scott that made the Avatar movie? I think he's planning like 3 more of those motherfuckers.
It's James Cameron.
Made
James
that.
Cameron, yeah.
Dude,
3 more of those? How many more forests can they save on different planets?
Dude, interesting thing about Avatar. Someone else pointed it out to me. Like, Avatar is one of the most seen movies in like cinema history. Like,
Yeah, it's
yeah.
like number 2 biggest moneymaker of all time, I think.
yeah, and it's
Number
like,
1, I
A
think.
lot of people have seen it. A lot of people have seen that movie. Yet somehow it doesn't occupy any space in our culture. You know, like Luke, I Am Your Father is a thing that everybody instantly knows. But there are no like fucking dragon wombat references that like go around in no hair connecting story. No one's
Yeah.
bumping follicles.
'Cause-
It
Yeah, it's
didn't
'cause,
make
like,
those
as-
people's careers big or anything. Yeah, it's kind of an aberration.
And it's
it
not an
came, it was
original
huge, and it was
story.
gone.
Like it wasn't like a new story. Like
No,
South
it's
Park
so-
lampooned it pretty good when they were like, it's the same thing as Dances with Wolves. It's the same thing as the Smurfs. It's the same thing as
Ferngully.
Pocahontas. Same thing as Ferngully. Like it's the same.
I didn't
We
even
got to
catch
stop
on that.
these evil businessmen from cutting down our forest thing. Like it was just the same archetype of all that, which is why
Somehow-
I don't think it. That
it's weird
huge.
that movie had that big like a financial impact, everything but last. Like it was a huge fireworks display that the second it expired, people just went about their day with no
I've
impact.
never gone
good,
back
yeah.
and watched it. I've never gone back to rewatch.
I've seen it
'Cause
once,
it's
you know, the
away.
guy, and it really is that same story retold. Like I specifically think of Ferngully because I watched it a lot as a kid. Basically, Ferngully is they're coming into the rainforest to deforest it, and instead of like a team of loggers, there's this big sentient evil machine that does it all in one. Like it chops the trees, grinds them up, makes a product, the whole thing. And this guy that works for that logging company gets turned into a fairy, and he lives among the fairies in the rainforest, and like learns to be one of them and appreciate the forest, and then he helps them fight against the big machine that's coming to chop down their forest. It's fucking Avatar. Like Avatar. The guy turns in one of those blue people with that pod machine that puts him in the body or whatever. Same shit. But yeah, make it 3 more of those. He's really into that. Let me tell everyone about SeeSo.
Please do.
SeeSo is the place for comedy. They won't tell you how amazing they are, but we will. SeeSo is amazing. It's comedy for comedy nerds by comedy nerds. SeeSo, spelled SEESO, is the new ad-free streaming service bringing you hilarious original series, hand-picked classics, weeks of stand-up specials, and more. Bingeable comedy, anytime, anywhere, SeeSo. Every episode of Saturday Night Live ever, including new episodes the day after they air. The newest one with Dave Chappelle was excellent. The Tonight Show starring Jimmy Fallon and The Late Show with Seth Meyers the day after they air. And they even have classic 30 Rock, Parks and Rec, and Saved by the Bell. Even British comedies like The Original Office with Ricky Gervais, the entire Monty Python catalog, including the films, The It Crowd, or is it the IT Crowd? The Steve Coogan, and Steve Coogan as Alan Partridge. Critically acclaimed originals and exclusive content like Harmon Quest and Funny as Hell. If you're serious about comedy and you have, then you've got to go to SeeSo. Stream it anytime, anywhere on virtually any device. SeeSo is ad-free and just costs $3.99 per month. That's less than you paid for the latte or artisan cold brewed coffee you're holding right now. And right now, our listeners get to try SeeSo free for 2 months when you use promo code PKA at checkout. So just go to SeeSo.com right now to sign up for 2 months for free with promo code PKA at checkout. That's SeeSo.com, promo code PKA. If you don't use our code, then you only get 1 month for free, and that's no fun. So double your free months of SeeSo and use offer code PKA.
I'm impressed
Check
by
them out.
companies that do that. Like
2 months.
Just try our product for free. You'll love it so much you'll be a paying customer.
I signed up for SeeSo. I'll get on there, and I won't necessarily, the way I watch television now is sometimes I've got an idea of what I want to watch, and it's just a matter of all right, what's the easiest way to watch this thing? And so many times lately, it's come down to SeeSo. It's like, it's right there for free. So it's one of my new favorite apps. It's in there with Netflix and Hulu and all that good stuff. SeeSo.
SeeSo.
So Taylor, the Blues, losing record. Thoughts?
No, not anymore. Or no, if you include overtime losses, I think they're 500 now.
If you include overtime losses, are they 500?
No,
I thought they'd be
because they'd be 8 and 9 because they're 8-6-3 right now. So they're 8-6, and then they have 3 overtime losses. I was hoping that they might do what I said and go on a 5-game suck streak, and then eventually nice hat, Kyle holding up a lock her up hat. I just want to see our coach fired so the Blues can finally, because I feel like the whole season's going to be wasted if they don't fire the coach decently early, because at this point there's no way that having next year's head coach being the assistant coach this year is not causing problems. There's no way that's not causing problems.
And
it has to be causing inner drama.
They traded their team captain and another key player. How are they doing this year?
They didn't trade Backus. They just wouldn't sign him to as many years as he wanted. He wanted 6 years on a contract, and the Blues said no because he's a power forward, and he's going to – whoever has him signed, Boston, in 3 years is going to very much regret that, because they're paying him $6.5 million a year for 6 years or whatever it is. And he's just too old. He's a great player, and I like him because he played for St. Louis for so long, but he's going to fall apart. So I'm glad we didn't re-sign him. Brian Elliott.
Do you know?
I think he got injured, but he's doing all right. He's doing okay. Better than I really don't know. I'd have to go check his stats. I think he has 3 goals so far, so he's doing fine. I really hope that they fire Ken Hitchcock, but who knows? I thought he was going to get fired last year and the year before and the year before, and he never has. I guess because him and the GM are buddy-buddy, but who knows?
The Flyers
I just
always
want to
liked Ken Hitchcock. I don't remember everyone calling for his head when he coached in Philly. He took him to the Cup, but we lost.
He did in 2010 against the Hawks. He won in, I think, 99 with the Dallas Stars, but the NHL was just different in that time. It wasn't the same NHL it is now. They if you don't know anything about hockey, obviously you do, but they changed the whole pace and style of the game changed a lot after the 2004 lockout when they came back suddenly it wasn't this, play the trap defense like the Devils love to do so much. It was, we're going to have a run and gun style offense, and our defensemen even are going to stop being stay-at-home defensemen. They're going to be more aggressive. They're going to be point-producing defensemen instead of just being a, stay-at-home kind of traditional.
For people that might be curious but don't know already, it's mainly the clutch and grab rules. So it used to be that when the forward was skating in, correct me if you have a different opinion, Taylor, when the forward was skating in, the defensemen were really allowed to sort of put their hands on them, almost grab the jersey, and it was hard to get around defensemen. So big, strong defensemen were the key to the whole thing. Now you can't play like that. You can check. I don't even think you can interfere with their progress too much. You really got to play the puck as a defenseman, and that has just enabled everyone to skate a lot more and not get slowed down. Yeah. So defensemen have to almost be as nimble as forwards do, and it's changed the game a bunch. And also they allow the two-line pass, right? They add that in too.
I don't know if that was after the lockout.
That was after the lockout, but they've added the two-line pass since then, which has created more of a breakout friendly game as well. So those things used to be like a Chris Pronger, like an old school giant, strong, mean streak defenseman.
We both like him.
Yeah, it was the guy that you'd want. In today's game, Chris Pronger wouldn't be the man that he was back then. I think he'd get danced around by some 5'10" forward who's super fast.
Yeah, a big thing as well is if you watch old hockey, you can see defensemen getting away with hooks like nobody's business. Like you used to be able to hook people in hockey, which is basically just putting your stick around the front of them as they're trying to get around and impede their progress and slow them down. Now, if you do that, they will immediately call you for hooking, and that'll be 2 minutes. And so it's forcing defensemen to not dog it out there and be like, well, I'll just kind of be lazy and hook him and, slow him down enough. Now it's like, well, fuck, I have to really be putting my all out there and keep up with him, because if I hook, everybody's going to be really mad at me for giving up a penalty. So just calling defensive zone penalties on defensemen more, slashing, hooking, all of that has made defensemen have to get way, way better, because you couldn't just be some big bruiser. Like Scott Stevens was an excellent defenseman. He wouldn't be as good now because, for one, he wouldn't be having nearly as many targets who are skating through the neutral zone with their head down, because players don't do that as often anymore. And his big thing, we could even watch a compilation of that, is just Scott Stevens' open ice hits where he ruins people's careers. And he really did. I think he ruined a couple people's careers.
Yeah, you showed me.
Hitting him so hard. That's not a career that was ruined, I don't think. But, well, I mean, in the time, yes. I just mean that he was already so good that there was no way to take that away from him. Like, he'd already established himself as such a good.
Maybe not ruined. Yeah. He ended it.
Yes, that's a good way to. Ended his career. But Scott Stevens' biggest hits, look that up. You'll see more of what. So even on the hockey Reddit now, I'll see stuff like, so and so demolished by whoever, and I'll watch the hit, and it's like, Jesus, like I'm not even that old, but I still remember watching hockey in like 1999 and seeing way bigger hits than that nowadays you wouldn't even see. Like they're so much more strict in regarding concussions. I said it like concussion, but concussions. I really like where hockey's gone from the late 90s and early 2000s. Way faster, less of a goon sport. Ryan Reeves, our enforcer, is playing really well. I'm happy about that.
Yeah, he's playing good hockey, I hear. Like, he's not just beating people up.
I fucking love Ryan Reeves. He plays hard. Every time he's out there, he skates like he's every time he's on the ice, it looks like someone told him, hey, if you don't do really well this shift, you're fired and you have to go back to a regular job. And he's just like, oh, Jesus. And he's skating his ass off out there. Like, that's what he looks like. And he barrels into people so hard.
That's what Flyers fans like.
He's always willing to start a fight and get in a fight. Actually, the big problem is he always skates up to people. It's like, you want to go? And they're like, whoa, no. Like, not. I prefer not. You're the guy you box in the off season, right? No.
The Flyers, like the most popular Flyers, are usually not the most popular because they're just some like dancing elite, like deking goal scorer. The most popular Flyers are often like they always outwork in the corners. They're always chasing it down. They're always trying to keep, like Luke Richardson, an old school guy, super popular. He was not the best player, but every time he touched the puck, the whole arena would be like, Luke, because they just loved how hard he worked every single shift. When I came to Carolina, I was surprised not to see this. Like, we had a guy named Eric Cole who was just I loved how hard that guy worked. And then he broke his spine and kept playing. Like, I really like that. So that was...
so that same game he kept playing with a broken spine?
He came back in the playoffs. Like, he had a broken spine, and the doctors are like, no, you can't play. He's like, I think I can. I think I can.
Well, do you pinky promise?
Yeah, Eric Cole was great. He would have made a good flyer.
I love hockey injury rebound times, as long as it's not like a horrible, grievous injury where you like shatter a bone. Like
unless
every
those bones
flesh
are teeth,
wound.
at which point they're fine.
those teeth are fine. But it's every like flesh wound and cut and broken facial bone or all the lost teeth and like cut whatever. Like they just come right back out there all bloodied and looking terrible. And I don't know. I like that. I wish they did that in like basketball. Or I guess you don't really get too bloody in basketball. But if you did, I want to see LeBron storm back out on the court with his broken nose plastic face guard on, which is hilarious to me because I've never seen an NHL player come out after taking a piece of vulcanized rubber at 92 miles an hour to the center of their nose. I've never seen them come back out with a plastic shield just in case. Like I always see, like I've never seen that, which is more of a testament to the stupidity of those hockey players than LeBron James being a pussy or anything. Because if you break your nose, you should wear that thing.
They wear cages sometimes.
Sometimes. It's pretty rare. I don't blame them for wearing cages when that happens because all you're doing is inviting an awry high sticking that would just exacerbate your injury or really cause you to bleed.
I loved cages when I played. I loved them. I learned to play without a cage, right? So that was that. And then I went to a rink that required that everybody wore cages. Like you couldn't play in that league without a cage. So I wore it, and then when I went back to another rink, I took it off, and suddenly I'm constantly conscious of like just how often I'm being hit, what the problem is, how much I need to protect myself to play, and I'm not an NHL player, so like if I'm digging it out in the corner or something, I might find myself on my knees. If I don't have a cage, I've got like one hand on the stick and one hand on my chin, trying to like take care of any like hits I might get. If I do have a cage, all my attention goes towards winning the game, all of it. And I just realized like I'm a better player if I've got a cage and a cup on. That's how it goes.
Yes, you're always better with a cup. You're more confident. Did you ever see so like every player in the NHL now who's not a super old schooler wears a visor, like the glass over your eyes, like Chris Pronger didn't wear anything on his face. It was just the old school like bucket cap, and he went around fucking people up. But the new ones, like they all have the visor there. There's one guy in the entire NHL, to my knowledge, that uses a tinted visor, and everybody, I still remember that was the big thing that you would get made fun of brutally playing hockey as a kid, is if you had a tinted visor, like sunglasses indoors. And he plays for the Blues now, David Perron. But it's just so funny to know that guy, the only guy in this conclave of people, the best hockey players in the world, there's one of them that likes this tinted mask. And I always think like that must be kind of nice. So like if someone ever talks shit, be like, yeah, well, when you get in the NHL, you can wear whatever visor you want. Like,
but is he still dealing with the shit though? Like are his teammates and other players be like, tinted visor? Really? You're like the nerd I played back in juniors with.
He does. He looks like such a goober with his tinted visor out there. But I can't even imagine how it would be helpful, unless maybe he has shit eyes and it's too much glare off the ice. I don't know. I think we're running hockey talk too long. Kyle looks like he's about to commit seppuku over there and ruin his fine Trump shirt. Your fine Trump shirt and with her hat.
Yeah. A fan sent me this to my PO box. Lock her up. It was Void Spy. I remembered your gamer tag. Yeah, I remembered your gamer tag, Void Spy, as soon as I read your note and everything. So I added you on Xbox. I don't know if you noticed. So thank you for the hat. It gets a lot of laughs around here.
My wife was not a fan.
No?
She's like, I'd award Make America Great Again, but that's just hateful. It's a hateful hat.
A little bit. Have you guys seen David Blaine on Jimmy Fallon most recently?
No.
So he does about 9 minutes of very impressive card tricks. If I'm being honest, I figured 2 of them out right away. Jimmy Fallon was in on them. That's the only way they can happen because he's not a magician. He's not a wizard, a warlock, or anything. But my favorite kind of David Blaine stuff happens in the last 2 minutes, and I timestamped this so that we can watch sort of the closing of the show. Just keep in mind, he just blew the Roots and Jimmy Fallon, the whole audience, away with like 4 different card tricks where he's like, you hold the deck, and he makes cards fly around and do crazy shit. But this last 2 minutes is his closer.
I look forward to this. Let's see what we got here. Ready, set, play.
Tuesday night, yeah, we'll see.
Well, there is one that I worked on, which is called the Human Aquarium. It's like one of my favorite things. The concept is...
He's got an interesting hat.
100 years ago, there's a guy that converted his stomach into an aquarium. Yeah, where he could store live creatures. And then he could bring them up at will.
I'm with the Roots.
I never heard that story.
I mean, if it was possible, it would kind of...
Keep in mind, he just did 9 minutes of magic. He's been out there on the stage this whole time.
If it was possible. E2. No!
Oh.
A frog.
What?
It's alive.
Grosser than a goldfish.
Hang in there now.
It's gonna re-eat it.
David Blaine, everybody! It's a real frog. That is a real frog.
Well,
oh my gosh.
I got it. Guys, come over here. Come over. No, I want you to see that it's real. It's also, really I'm gonna put him back where he came from. Thank you, guys. It's good to see you.
Nice to see you, buddy.
Thank you.
David Blaine, everybody!
He just ate a frog.
Yeah.
You think he actually threw that up backstage, or he's just like, fuck it.
Well, he had to get it back up, put it back in his jar.
No, I mean, maybe he just digested
You think
it.
he's just like, another one bites the dust. What are you gonna do?
Yep.
It's like
He's
that
gotta-
guy who had the act. He's got the dog, the rat, and the mouse, and he had a dog, a cat, and a mouse, and the cat would get on the dog's back, and the mouse would get on the cat's back, and the guy's like, what are their names? He's like, oh, that's Pete and that's Susie. Well, what about the mouse? I don't name the mice. They never last very long. I think this is a similar situation, but that was cool as fuck, and that came at the end of like I said, lots of really impressive card tricks, but 9 minutes of card tricks is a bit much.
How did he get the fucking frog in his mouth in the first part?
That came up from his belly. Like he had that in his belly the whole time.
So there was not an illusion there.
No, he does like shit that you think. All right, so the time when he held his breath for 17 minutes, he did that shit. He does stuff that borders upon. He did. Oh, totally did. You should watch his TED Talk when he explains how he did it and the process. And
the only thing I can imagine more boring than watching someone hold their breath is watching them talk about the process of holding their breath. What did you cry? What was the thing that you had a problem with most? Well, mostly it was not getting any air whatsoever for 15 minutes at a time. How'd you end up dealing with that? Well, I dealt with it. I just didn't actually. There's no way he didn't breathe for 17 minutes. You would die. That's impossible.
It's not impossible. He did breathing techniques for months and months. He trained for this thing, and to hear him explain it in his TED Talk, I was crying. It made me cry to hear his level of dedication
if people could
and
just
effort.
devote a few months to not breathing, then lots of people would have this talent. That sounds easier than playing the piano.
He did lots of things. I'm telling you, watch that TED Talk and you'll be blown away, because he has this part where he's like, I really did this one, and then the people said I didn't, and it hurt so much, because there was a time when he was trying to put a mechanism.
Say.
There was a time when he was investigating putting an actual mechanism inside of his esophagus and down into his breathing, into his lungs, to like a tube. Yeah, he's like, can we mechanize this? And they were like, no, you have to do this. Yeah, I don't remember what it was. Some kind of rebreathing apparatus in his throat. Yeah. I'm telling you, watch that TED Talk. It's on YouTube. It's 20 minutes long. He held his breath for fucking 17 minutes.
That's incredible.
He and he does lots of things that border upon. He mixes card magic and illusion magic with stunts that appear magical, and when you mix the two together, he's a great entertainer. I really like David Blaine.
I didn't know he was still around. I hadn't heard of him I haven't heard anything about him in years.
He still likes to blow black people away. Aziz Ansari has that really funny bit about how he's like, Asian guys are bad drivers. Okay, that's a stereotype. But you show me one black guy that's not blown away by magic, and I mean so blown away that he thinks a wizard is here on Earth. They do it every time. It's true. It's always funny. I like David Blaine.
I like
me too.
Aziz Ansari.
Yeah, he's great. It's time for him to come out with something.
Enough.
So we're going with one button, I think. I was right all along.
I like
going
one button.
with no buttons. Well, 2. We'll go with 2. I don't want to unbutton and rebutton. There we go.
All right. Episode
Call the show?
309.
Think so.
Are there any post rolls to do, Kyle?
Not according to my notes here. It doesn't appear so. Let's see anything that says anything about a post roll.
All right.
Well, then check out all of our sponsors linked below. Use our codes. Get SeeSo. Get your DiffEyewear. Get all the rest.
Dollar Shave Club, Movement Watches, Uber,
Casper
and
Uber.
Casper.
Yep. All right.
Check them all out.
Episode 309, early for the Patreon guys. I hope you like the show.
Make America great again.